Hello, everyone, and welcome to Week 3, the end of it of the NACL. In a crazy turn of events, I will be your play-by-play for today, Beatdown Boulevard. And with me, of course, I do have the one and only Cubby, Matt. How you doing? Did you expect this to happen today? Are you excited? Be real with me. Let's go.
Of course not, and I'm optimistic, Beatdown.
Me
we
too.
got double color duo here. Thanks for stepping in. Of course. Supposed to be Eric on the day. Still could be having some internet issues out of his control.
Very true.
Bit of a bummer, but hey, we try and make the best of any scenario here on the NACL broadcast, and looking forward to be joined by you today, Beatdown.
Yeah, and sorry, of course, for the delay, everyone, but we're going to get right to it, and we're going to start by talking about, again, just giving you guys a reminder on how to interact with the NACL. The best places are on our social media. It's Twitter at WatchNACL. If you want to participate in the conversation, use the hashtag NACL. And of course, we are NACL on Twitch and YouTube as well, so be sure to check that one out. We got some great matches ahead of us today, Cubby, and I feel like with this bit of a delayed start we should probably just get right to it and maybe check out our schedule for the day. I know our first matchup is going to be an exciting one. We do have Winthrop University versus Luminosity Gaming. I was wrong about that one. We are actually going to check out the standings first. So, Cubby, why don't you talk to me about those?
Honestly, kind of a fun day ahead of us, Beatdown, as we have a couple of collegiate squads looking to take down some very established names in the scene.
That's right.
With Winthrop University going up against Luminosity Gaming early on, and then, of course, Supernova rocking that Ole Miss roster and partnership going up against Near Airport in the afternoon.
That's right. So, and we can kind of see the results of yesterday and how there was a little bit of movement there. Again, we got to give those props to Apex Mission Impossible for winning their second match. And of course, Dark Zero Dragonsteel, who unsurprisingly picked up another win and maintained themselves as the #1 squad in the standings. Cubby, real quick before we move on, actually, we're just going to go ahead and move on anyway. You kind of highlighted it, Cubby. We do have two exciting matchups, two collegiate squads going up against some really well-established talent here in North America. So tell me your thoughts.
Yeah, I know coming into the split, we talked a lot about the top teams and how difficult they might be to topple. A chance for both these squads to topple two of the three top teams that we have so far in the league, as Luminosity Gaming and Near Airport have started to do more to really separate themselves from the pack in NACL, and we'll see if they can further establish their dominance today in two matchups where they are favorites, and we'll see if either Winthrop or Supernova can really punch above their weight class and make things interesting.
Yeah, it has been interesting to see how most teams besides Dark Zero Dragonsteel have needed that little bit of warm-up time, ramp-up time, but you're right, NA and LG have started to separate themselves from the pack and really show us that our expectations were correct about how there is a pretty distinct top three in the NACL so far.
Yeah, and it's not really a giant surprise to have these guys playing well, but I think the manner in which we've started to do it, for me, Near Airport later on, just having Double Lift and Biofrost be a bit more lane dominant yesterday, playing stuff like the Tristana, historically Comfort 4 Double Lift, made Near Airport look very strong in their match yesterday, and kind of stealing some strats away from Luminosity Gaming too, where that Tristana has been big for a player like Tactical. But really from top to bottom, it feels like Luminosity Gaming have been a solid team that's been really tough to break, with some of the just consistent factors. Looking at Fake God in NACL, his level's been good so far this split, and Zazel always at the helm, making sure that things are under control for his squad.
Yeah, I mean, they have a pretty tough matchup against them on the side of Winthrop University. I think this is a team that we've seen a lot of appearances from in the NACL scene for these last couple of years, trying to make their way through the promotion tournament. Now they finally made it here, and I think before we really get into the rosters really quick, Cubby, what are your opinions on how Winthrop are going to be able to kind of get some kind of win, get something going here? What do they need to do?
It's been interesting because this is a team where in their last two series, they went 3-3 against Pulse and AMI, the two bottom teams that we have in the league, even dropping the series against Apex Mission Impossible. But then, also they opened the season up with a 2 over Blue Water, a team that a lot of people perceive to be pretty strong. So I think what we've seen from Winthrop so far, really strong early games. It's just, are they able to snowball those into victories? There have been some games where they have taken those leads from start to finish and have looked good. I feel like it really has been off the back of only 35 and Wilson, how they've been able to sync up together and play out those maps, with the carries being good enough to really make sure that they are able to win those games from start to finish. But I think the concern today is, can they get the same leads against the class of players that a team like LG brings to the Rift?
Yeah, 100%. Despite how strong Winthrop's early games have been, the players they're going up against are no joke. I mean, we were talking about it earlier. Very recent LTA experience. We kind of talk about them as the LTA rejects. And, well, their performances in Tier 2 have always been good. So this Winthrop roster definitely have their work cut out for them. I think we're looking at Sword and mobility maybe into those later stages of the game, if Winthrop get those leads, to really pull them across that finish line like we've seen them do in the past.
And again, for Winthrop, this is a team where they've been playing together for a while. Maybe that can be of advantage against Luminosity Gaming, but even them, with their core, has been together for a long time. And it's going to be interesting because we're pleasantly surprised by Winthrop to start off the year. That win over Blue Water, a lot of people had them grouped in that bottom 3. I feel like Winthrop's done more to make that look like a bottom 1, really, with just Pulse, as both them and Apex Mission Impossible have been surprisingly competitive. But I really think they have their work cut out for them today against the really solid roster of Luminosity Gaming.
And talking about it, let's take a look at this Luminosity Gaming roster. You mentioned it. A lot of great performances here in the NACL. The core of this roster, and FakeGod, Tomio, and Zazel have won NACL back-to-back back in 2023. And they're trying to find their way back into the LTA North, whether it's by getting picked up or by promoting there at that tournament at the end of the year. A lot of talent on this roster. A lot of names we're very familiar with here, too. And you kind of hinted at it already, how Tactical has had some really great performances on champions like the Tristana, and that kind of onus on Winthrop to try and find a way to deal with it.
I know from talking with FakeGod earlier on in the season, that fact they could play for the nugget of trying to qualify for the LTA North through that promotion relegation slot has definitely been a motivating factor for him and the rest of the team throughout the season, as they are really the ones trying to fight for their spot back. Again, I haven't shied away from calling this the LTA North or LCS reject squad. It's just the fact that, again, historically, these players, they have competed in that league. When they haven't been competing in that league, they've been winning this one. That's what happened with FakeGod, Tomio, and Zazel the last 2 splits they've been here. And with the changes made, it really feels like they are some of the first players left out. And that is part of the fun of this year's format, the changes being made, the fact that these guys can really prove it, stick it to those teams that didn't go with them for the LTA North roster slots, and try to take that spot for themselves here with Luminosity Gaming.
And we always say the path to pro is not linear, so it is really nice that with this ability to win your way into the LTA North coming back to this ecosystem, it's got to feel good that that pathway has, been cleared up just a little bit, giving another avenue for these teams to make it happen. But that's enough of us talking. We are here with the draft, our first game of the first series of the day here on week 3, day 3. And Matt, what do you think so far? Actually, since we're here, I want your opinion because I was rereading the patch notes yesterday. What's your thoughts on Naafiri? Because now I think, especially after the multiple nerfs she received after the patch came out, I think she's super beatable, and I'm wondering if teams notice.
I mean, her win percentage dropped off like 5-6% this patch. It's funny because it's one of the things where I haven't really seen this yet in Fearless. I've talked with a lot of teams, like, for example, Tristana. That's a champ that's viable in games 2 and 3, like further down a series, because a lot of the picks that are good into it go away. We saw Naafiri in the last patch be, either a game 1 pick or banned for the entire series. Now I think we're seeing it kind of slip through the draft later on in games 2 and 3. And I gotta say, Beat, this is a new one for me because we're looking at a game 1 B1 Tristana up against Luminosity Gaming. We gotta change things up real quick here, as Winthrop recognizing the strength that this pick has been or had in the hands of Tactical and for this team, and gonna snipe that one for themselves very early on.
Yeah, and I mean, I appreciate the shakeup in acknowledging the fact that it's been such a strong pick for Tactical. So far in the split, some of his best games have been on this champion, and Luminosity Gaming, they seem like they haven't missed a beat. They immediately want to answer with this really strong combo in that Vi Talia, making it so that as soon as that cease and desist comes through, doesn't matter how much movement you have.
Yeah, and Vi has a lot of really positive interactions with Tristana, and then you add Talia to boot, that flick, that guaranteed combo on top of that cease and assist. A lot of reach for Luminosity Gaming showing early on in this one, as Talia has really emerged as a dominant pick that we've had. We'll say in lane, that is a lane that Tristana can win, so it looks like they are going to likely put that Tristana mid. We'll see if an AD is locked in here for mobility. As Malachi being picked to really buy space on the map, and now we'll see what other space they can buy. Is this going to be Jin creating that with the curtain call? And we'll see if
Okay.
Luminosity Gaming answer here with a potential utility marksman of their own. If they want Misfortune, you got to believe they got to take it now.
Yeah, and it's interesting too to see that Jin lock in. There was kind of that question mark on where this Tristana is going to go, but I think this early in the series, when champions like Ashe are still up and pickable, it's probably safer to throw it into the mid lane. And against your wishes, Cubby, they end up going for something like the Ambessa, but considering the fact that there was a good chance that maybe the top pool gets pinched out, Fake God doesn't really get to go for any of the really strong blindable tops on this patch, I guess they would just prefer that.
He has been really solid on this pick so far, and I gotta say, Beat, going into this series, I know that we didn't really get to set things up, that you being a fresh face, a new appearance. I know that the matchup I was pretty excited for coming into this one, actually Zeyzal versus only 35. I feel like both supports have had a lot of strength in the Rift so far this split.
True. Yeah, and I gotta say, I guess we didn't bring too much attention to that with Winthrop in general, because we mentioned how they've been around the scene for quite a while these last couple of years in Tier 2, but only 35 is actually that new addition. They had Chookies before, and you know, only 35, you're right, he has had some good performances. He has been a part of some of the bit of success we've seen from Winthrop University, that win against Blue Otter being most notable so far in the split. So seeing how he's gonna link up with Wilson like he has in the past, it will be really crucial against especially such a tough opponent.
For sure, I mean, a player that I've seen a bit in collegiate, but getting a much better assessment of him now at this level, seeing more games played, so excited to see what he can do into Zeyzal, see if he can continue to make those plays. As diving through the bans, 2 top laners taken away to help protect that Ambessa. Meanwhile, 2 ADs taken away to help protect that Lucian, so we'll see what the choice ends up being for Tactical, as that pool has been quite narrowed. Again, I don't think you want to go with Ezreal necessarily this game. That has been a really big pick for Luminosity Gaming and Tactical. So it looks like he's going to side with the Corki, really adding more into that burst damage profile that is showing here for Luminosity Gaming, as that Vi, Talia, now even a Corki being able to dash in, assist with that with the Trinity Force proc. A lot of upfront damage showing here for LG.
For sure, and I feel like the only piece missing is just a really beefy dive support, just because this comp is go, go, go for the side of Luminosity Gaming. Really quick before we see the picks come out, how do you want to see Winthrop round out their composition? Is a lot of keep away from what we're seeing so far. What's going to help them keep doing that?
And Cassante for Denethor, that's a big one. I will say he can really help open up space for this Tristana later on. Sword has a lot of pieces around him that can try and open up space. As really curious to see what Only 35 goes for, as you said, has really been leaning more towards that engage role. Rel Nautilus to be played so far this season. Wouldn't mind the Nautilus, as it's a decent blind support, also has really unique interactions in the Tristana that can make life really hard for Sword, so a bit of a takeaway from that. Gotta believe, though, for Zeyzal, with everything showing, odds of an Alistar coming up here
I was
pretty
just
high.
thinking it. It's really nice. You can eat up the Nature's Grasp with
Leona
their ultimate.
nice too. Yeah.
Leona would also be really good too. Just there are 2 really beefy options available for the dive that Luminosity Gaming are looking for here. So at this point, it's just going to be about, you know, the preference there for Zeyzal. I'm liking the Alistar that you bring up, just because again, interacts really nicely against the Maokai. I am less thrilled about Rakan, but you know, it's still, there is options for those snap engages with the flash quickness and things like that, and it is something Zeyzal's performed very well on consistently in this league.
I will say it makes the lane a little bit harder. Nautilus has really good interactions, and Rakan can cancel that Grand Entrance, but having the ability to piggyback off of a Vi, off of an Ambessa going in, and also be of setup for that Talia, really positive here for Luminosity Gaming and Zeyzal.
Yeah, so I think now that we're at the end of the draft, it just comes that million-dollar question. Did Winthrop kind of get everything they need to play this keep-away game? I know they have some strong early and good lane interactions in that early game, but I think late game actually looks really nice for LG because of how easy it is for them to get these snap engages on and that really strong combo in that Vi Talia. So we talk about how Winthrop, they need, this is a difficult matchup for them. So in this game, what are the keys to success for you?
I think for me, it's about scaling. You know, you get that Maokai, Tristana, Cassante going late. Ability for Denethor to really buy space in that front line's big. And I know Cassante is a pick that we've seen a lot less of on in this split, but Denethor, a top laner that can play this pick to a very high level, really willing to take it out. And I think in terms of team comp is a really good fit this time around. Ambessa should have an advantage in lane, but I think it really is going to be about buying that time to get the scaling of the Maokai Tristana going and really trying to buy space for that front line here.
Yeah, and then thank you for that, Cubby. I'm just getting word that there is a bit of a pause going on early on. So while they get things set up, we're gonna throw it to a very short break, but don't go anywhere. First game, first series to help us close out day 3 will be right after this break.
I think the most interesting thing about our team is mostly our mid laners champ pool. I think he was already a pretty unique player, but in Fearless especially, he will be kind of more unleashed. And I'd say mid lane is commonly a role where people aren't really willing to innovate. It's like if your mid laner picks a weak champion and you feel like you can't play, it impacts the whole map a lot more than like top lane or bot lane. Maybe not bot lane these days, but top lane kind of can play whatever they want up there, you know, but it doesn't feel like mid can do that. But I think Insanity does a good job of having a unique champion pool, but not having like many picks where I feel like he can't do anything.
Welcome back, everyone. The game is almost set up. I may have lied to you just a tiny little bit. I'm still Beatdown Boulevard, still here with Cubby on the other side. And as they're getting the finishing touches on our game 1 to get the series started, we can just take a few more minutes, Cubby, and like kind of talk about the series, talk about the picks we saw, and how we think this game might go.
Yeah, again, I think this is an interesting draft kind of for both teams because we haven't seen Tristana priority like this. I think it's warranted going up against a team like Luminosity Gaming, and what Tactical has been able to show on this pick, really leaning back into it in those late game scenarios. But they kind of made for a draft that we aren't really used to seeing in a game one here for Winthrop going up against LG.
Yeah, definitely not this year as well, because again, that high prio into Tristana, into the mid lane, where now we're seeing her a little more often into the bottom lane. But again, I agree. I like that they are willing to take this away, that recognition on Tactical and how great he's played this champion so far here in Split 1. And also that willingness to immediately grab the Jhin as well, not really playing around with the flex angle at all, because I know that is one of Tristana's not as great matchups. I know it's Jhin, I know Ashe is another one, but I guess they weren't as worried about that one coming through, but just kind of denying a potential bad matchup.
Yeah, so again, I think scaling is going to be really, really important here for Winthrop, whereas we'll see how quickly Luminosity Gaming are able to play this game. Really expect for Talia to be the vocal point for how Luminosity Gaming play around the map. I expect Rakan and Vine to both make visits to try and free up that Talia early, and then we'll see what else Insanity can do later on. As that champion really, really strong. I think the value of Talia, I still don't feel like teams really value this champion as to where it should be fully, and really appreciate seeing more teams just grab it being blind, because she just provides so much wave clear, so much utility that she still can find a lot of value in those games, and we'll see if Insanity is able to do that in this one.
Yeah, and her bad matchups are very popular, very strong right now. I mean, Syndra, for one, we see very little play. So I'm completely in agreement with you there. So it's going to be exciting to see how, especially a player like Insanity pilots the Talia. I think he's been a really bright spot on an already bright team here in Luminosity Gaming. And we know that he's mostly known for these picks where, he'll play the Scion mid, he'll play the funny stuff, he'll play the cheeky stuff. But when it comes to the standard mid lane mage duty, he's also just as proficient on things like that. So I am expecting him to do well there too.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that's the case. As of course, before we hop into this game, just a reminder, you can follow us anywhere and everywhere on socials. NACL is going to be the tag. Help you out on YouTube and Twitch with Watch NACL on X/Twitter. So hope to see you guys again, keeping up with the league. Shout out to everyone tuning in, whether you're watching through the main broadcast, the co-stream. Really appreciate all the support that you have for NACL and everyone competing in this league so far. Excited to dive into these games here in a sec. Beatdown.
I know, it's going to be great when we get in here. Again, one of our two collegiate versus Behemoth showdowns on the day. And we just got word that the game is ready to start any second now, so you don't have to look at us anymore, guys.
I think it's some champions on the Rift here. Beatdown is, of course, had a reboot in the first lobby, but diving in here with the remade game, and excited to dive into game one on the day.
That's right, guys. Our first game has finally begun. It is Winthrop University versus Luminosity Gaming. Again, David versus Goliath type story here with all this power and talent that we've seen on this Luminosity Gaming roster, and hoping to see a big step up performance from Winthrop, especially from some of these players who we've seen play well.
Again, this is a team where they started off their season 2-0 Blue Water, right? And it's been some struggles against Pulse and AMI. I feel like the Pulse series was still more Winthrop favored, but they did drop to Apex Mission Impossible, so not a game Winthrop we're looking to lose. Now going up against Luminosity Gaming again, consensus top dogs. Now we have in the league for sure top 3. It's going to be a tough one, but hey, we'll see if this team's up to the challenge. This is a team where between NACL and CLOL, they're a practice, man. They've been playing together for a while and have played a lot of competitive games under their belt. We're just going to have to see if they can really play at the level that Luminosity Gaming is used to playing at, and that is really the highest level of NACL and even a bit of LCS above that, right?
Yeah, that's right. Now LTA North. And we're going to have to see if Winthrop can step up to the plate. We now have these opposing starts from both of our junglers. So both junglers looking to end their clear in lanes where they do have that bit of an advantage so that we don't have any shenanigans around the Scuttle Crab fight. I think they just want to have this first clear nice and calm, nice and businesslike.
I do appreciate seeing Wilson take those AoE camps early on, trying to farm up on this Maokai again. Scaling for Winthrop can be very important, able to create some space for the Tristana and the Jhin as this game goes forward, whereas Luminosity Gaming, I think really attacking this Tristana through mid going to be big. As if this matchup is left to its own devices, Talia can push clear early, but Tristana does actually scale into this matchup quite nicely.
Oh, yes.
With a good opportunity to beat Talia later on, so I think it's really important to play into this Tristana, try and set it behind and lean on the strength that Vi, Rakan, and some of the combos that Luminosity Gaming to pair with this Talia, use that to pressure this lane in the Trist.
Yeah, well, both junglers do have that gank potential early on. Level 6 is definitely going to be what everybody should be paying attention to, especially on the side of Luminosity Gaming. Very powerful level 6 spike there with that Vi-Talia combo. And you'd already mentioned, Cubby, how important it is for LG to kind of get the ball rolling early. Sword scaling really nicely on the Tristana, and Winthrop favoring this late game overall means that if they minimize their losses, they keep even, only go slightly down overall, they're pretty happy about leaving this early game in such a state.
Again, slow early game could be nice for Winthrop as we continue to cruise through this one. I think eyes for me going to be on this first dragon when you have a Vi team really have the potential to take down these early Drakes with the denting blows being so strong against his beatdowns. So
yeah,
wondering if off this bounce we see Luminosity Gaming kind of build up a slow push and maybe an opportunity to take an early Drake here with the Vi.
Yeah, very possible. For the moment, we have Wilson looking to, I thought is going to cover, but it looks like it's just going to be that Scuttle Crab trade. Insanity going for a quick recall after getting that wave in. I think that actually speaks to what you're talking about. Just trying to get an early back, spend some of his gold, and come back to lane with a little bit of power. But he actually, I guess he faked his back and wanted to push one more wave.
Stone City here so far. Beatdown is, I know diving in, talked about a lot of the matchups. I know that we're both pretty excited to see if only 35 can really hang with some of the not only play, but also leadership of Zeyzal here for Luminosity Gaming, who I know talking with Fake God, I mean, he's been playing with Zeyzal for a while and says that Zeyzal, what he brings to the team, his leadership, his direction, still an underrated quality of his support, who really is at the helm of this team.
It's crazy too, because when we talk about Zeyzal, I mean, any team we've seen him on these last couple of years outside of the LTA, here in Tier 2, Tier 3, I mean, they all say the same thing about him, how he is a very intelligent player. He brings so much to the team in terms of knowledge, leadership, direction. And it is, even though I agree with you, it is crazy to me how that is still underrated in a player like Zeyzal.
Yeah, I mean, again, definitely when you have teammates that can make the game easier for you to play, that's always going to be of value.
Oh, yeah.
As currently of value, the rotations coming in, Luminosity Gaming did tease the fact that Vi, with those denting blows, can get through early dragons, but looks like their sights going to be set on the grubs as they use the priority they had in bot lane to get the rotation off. First base means that Tactical and Zeyzal are walking top, and Winthrop going to be caught unaware of this as they're sending mobility into solo bot. So a grub play with Fake God having TP up means potential numbers advantage for Luminosity Gaming on the top side. It looks like the response for Winthrop is to actually just snag this dragon right before the grub spawns. So we'll see if this gets scouted out. But Wilson, a little bit of bonus damage on those Malachite Qs. Gonna look to use that to get through this dragon and pick up that first objective for his team.
Yeah, and it is interesting too, because, I mean, considering the timer that Tactical and Zeyzal went for the swap to, it does tell me that Winthrop not really interested actually in going for that first spawn of grubs. It seems like they have this high priority on the dragon and maybe want to be playing for something like that Drake Soul. If they do get some early stacking going, I mean, champions like Nautilus, Cassante, Maokai, you really don't want to have to walk into them, especially when you're staring down the barrel of a Dragon Soul.
Yeah, we'll say that at least early on in this game, I think that a grub fight for Winthrop would be poor. I think that their comp right now, they really need to trade objectives, avoid fighting, get more time to continue to scale in this game. So I do think it's the right call for Winthrop to play around this, but still opportunities get scary, especially when you get cancels like that, as Sword not able to buffer.
I mean, we just kill him.
And now,
I mean, ceasing desist is going to come through. Sword with the Buster Shot is going to force Tomio to flash, but it's still first blood for Luminosity.
Yeah, love tap from Tomio on the back half guarantees the kill for himself as his sanity a nice chunk. And again, we wanted to see Luminosity Gaming really attack this mid lane, play around the Talia. Vi able to pick up the kill with Rakan lying in wait. That's a nice collapse and a nice punish onto Sword.
Yeah, and really nicely played overall from Luminosity, finding that flick and avoiding the buffering with the jump from the Tristana. Sets up that situation where if you're Tomio, you just have to go for that gank. There's really no other option there. So getting some gold on the Vi definitely feels good. Getting gold in Luminosity's direction overall, really important for them, as you say.
I will say one consolation prize here for Winthrop, the Cassante versus Ambessa matchup. Obviously both in the 1v2s right now. Cassante going to be decent at absorbing that. So far, Fake Out doing a nice job as well. And with Tomio spotted on this side of the map, should be pretty easy for him to make sure he soaks up this upcoming wave. This looks like we might have matchups being swapped up yet again. Winthrop spot lane going to use their priority to base, and Luminosity Gaming going to match. And is that going to get another look at... Sword just casted that rocket jump too early. Again, if you want to buffer your abilities as Tristana, you have to do it during the channel of the rocket jump. That's where you are able to get out of the CC, and then uniquely later on, Vi that cease and assist. Really strong against Tristana. Yep. Once you cast that, any buster shot that is thrown out at Vi, well, that's null and void. And with really the Q afterwards as well, a lot of potential for Vi to interrupt those buffers, as of course it wasn't available there, but definitely something to look out for later on in this game. As Vi has a lot of really solid interactions in the Tristana that could make Sword's life a lot harder later on.
Yeah, and it's going to be so important for Winthrop to make Sword's life as easy as possible, because when we talk about late game and scaling, he has so much on his shoulders because he's the one playing the Tristana. He's the one playing that late game hyper carry type champion. So we're hoping to see that Winthrop University can, get some ganks in his favor. He's trying to even up the odds a little bit, or at least protect him in these team fights later on so that he can free fire.
Almost like Insanity like a taste of his own medicine. Will Weaver's Wall his way on out of there, as Wilson not quite able to get in range to stop that one yet. I don't think he was in range to Q flash, and if, well, he takes the twisted advance, he follows the way to the other side of that Weaver's Wall potentially. So
yeah, we don't want
definitely
that.
Not what he wants to do. Nice escape there from Insanity as he survived the timer. And a couple of big cooldowns gotten out of Winthrop University as No Nature's Grasp will open up some space for Luminosity Gaming and potentially another play to come here.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a really great ult to trade if you're Luminosity Gaming, just because of how powerful that Nature's Grasp is when you're at these objective fights. And what's coming up in about 40 seconds, Matt? It is that second spawn of grubs. So Winthrop foregoed the first 3 grubs, recognizing that their comp was not really great for those early skirmishes and got the first Drake. But now, they're missing a pretty big tool going into that next fight, where it's going to be really bad for them if they let all those grubs go.
I do want to say at the moment, really looking out at support ultimates coming in. As Zazel just ding 6 before this grub, only 35, still looking for level 6. Of course, the quickness, another ability you can use to combo with this Ambessa Vi Talia topside. And then the depth charge really going to be something that only 35 and Winthrop could use and might need to help interrupt a potential engage from Luminosity Gaming, who do have full control over the grubs and have even started up on spawn. So Winthrop really going to try and get in here and at least deny the 6. Yeah,
they're forcing Wilson away, though. The threat of the damage from the Vitalia is too strong. Wilson doesn't quite have that Nature's Grasp up yet. He's just going to have to go for a Smite Steal. But look at this. Luminosity Gaming, they have more bodies in the area. So at this point, Wilson, he's just going to have to give this one up. But the way they're posturing, I think they want the fight after.
If he's able to get in and smite that away, but no, it's going to be all 6 grubs. Zazel.
Oh, they got him. Zazel actually is going to be able to walk out of this one. Ignite almost takes his life, but nice look there from Winthrop University, even though LG get away.
And that's just highway robbery coming out from LG, man.
It really
I know
is.
There was no Nature's Grasp at the start of that one, but Wilson not even able to get in and yoink one away. That's going to be really significant later on, because having those 2 Void Grubs spawn can be really big for just ensuring you're able to push down these turrets beat down. As now the side set, because that was contested, because tools were burned, and because Winthrop are still weaker on the map, Tomio able to go straight to the Dragon, going to take that one for himself as well. As he has that Sundered Sky completed. Wilson just completed the mask, but that was in base. Tomio on the map, able to take the objective, knocks down the Dragon for LG.
Ooh, and that is a brutal turn of events there. Not only did Winthrop use so much to get nothing, it cost them even more with that dragon going down. Now we know both teams are playing for this Cloud Soul, and it's starting to seem like with this 1.5K gold lead, that Luminosity Gaming, they're starting to pull away, and they're starting to do exactly what you had highlighted, Cubby, getting these leads, getting ahead of Winthrop so that they do not get outscaled.
This items being early going to be really nice, as of course being strong now before Tristana really starts to take over this game, potentially late game in fights, but also even just playing these side lanes against Talia will be scary later on for Luminosity Gaming. So gold lead really important for them early, doing a nice job of getting out there as barrier is going to be burned.
Ooh.
80s trade heavily and Tactical winning out on the skirmish, or will force mobility back.
But back into the waiting arms of Insanity. Weaver's Wall is back, and that means mobility is seeing gray.
And I really like how fast we've seen Luminosity Gaming interact with some of the chunks they've been able to get. Both kills were off of lane chunks, then immediately followed up upon by a teammate beatdown, whether it's Talia taking Tristana low and Vi coming in for the assist, and they're up top, Tactical getting mobility low with Talia coming in for the assist. It's been good team play so far from Luminosity Gaming to help them get this gold lead.
Yeah, and it's really nice, something we see very often, and I think what largely separates our top teams from the rest of the pack, Matt, is just the fact that so much of what they do is deliberate. It isn't just trades for the sake of it. It's trades because they're looking for greater plays with their teammates, and it pays off big time for Luminosity Gaming. They now find themselves at a 2,000 gold lead, and while we see Winthrop University trying to get control over this top side of the map, but want to try and see if they can get another objective under their belt with this Rift Herald. But LG, they have something to say about it.
I mean, so far this has really been remnants of what we saw from Tomio, Fake God, Zazel to the last time they were in NACL beatdown, with just control really being the name of the game with this team. It's how they were able to take care of opponents that they were stronger than, outclassed at that time. As it really feels like the name of the game here again. That said, control's not going to last forever. They do have to win this game against Winthrop. If it goes to 40 minutes and Winthrop's undeterred, their comp does get very strong later on.
Yes.
With this Tristana Maokai identity, Nautilus to make some space too. So on LG to continue to make good plays, but at the moment, it's been a pretty quiet and uncontested game for Winthrop. It really feels like we're playing to the beat of LG's drum.
Yeah, and while Winthrop University, of course, as you say, they do have that scaling factor, but LG, they're checking off all the boxes, and Tactical feeling really good about himself. Yeah, only 35, loses all his health in the process, makes it so much easier for Luminosity to go ahead and steal more resources from Wilson.
And a small solo play turned into more for the team, as Tomio able to get into Wilson's jungle. And Tomio really starting to crack open a small lead into this Maokai. Really nice for the Vi, who will feel good in this game. I mean, you're going up against two marksmen and the Maokai, ability for Vi to pretty much just build some armor, play into these marksmen, and shred the tanks with the dancing blows later on. Definitely a strong game to be Vi in.
For sure, and that Kindle Gem makes me wonder if we're going for that Black Cleaver second as well. So that extra bit of health coming through and that armor shred to make it easier on top of the Vi passive to take down members like the Cassante, who's we know just heavily indexes into armor. You can already see mobility going for the plated steel caps. Same thing with only 35. So a lot of value coming out of the build Tomio's going for.
Herald has spawned. Winthrop, they have the pocket and mid carved out. Not going to look, though, onto the Rakan, who, of course, can be very slippery. So it is just LG continuing to play the waves. But Winthrop will at least have access to this topside river where Herald is through mid, as they have carved out a little bit of control. But Zazel just lost a war, but has good vision over where Winthrop's at on the map right now. The Denethor is grouped up with the team, so it will force Winthrop to start this objective. Will require a TP from Fake God if they want to contest. Looks like he's set on taking that turret on his own with 6 grubs. Is he able to get it soon enough? Maybe he can TP into the play as well. But instead, just going to be a trade, as it's Herald and a potential turret later for the turret now taken by Fake God Bot.
Yeah, and I think I like that call from Luminosity Gaming. I mean, because they've already gotten a dragon for themselves, and they can play for more Drake stacking if they so please. Getting this turret down, being able to push that bot wave even further, does help their dragon setup. especially later on
boy.
into that game. Uh-oh. Wilson is here.
Sword and Wilson, they were looking to get this wave in. They did. Of course, not going to hit the turret. Insanity was playing very far back. Of course, would have had access to the Weaver's Wall to join that fight, maybe trying to bait them in to hit that turret. Not the case.
Oh, I think Sword's in trouble. Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
There's only 4 people there. Sword has no health. There's not a whole lot else to say, Matt. Tristana is out of the picture.
That's made... That looked pretty easy beatdown.
Yeah.
Again, it's every play we've seen from Luminosity Gaming. It's been a solo chunk, a solo win, turned into a team win thanks to the priority they have, the rotations they have as a team, and just these solo chunks being found at the right time where they can afford to step up and can afford to have that help behind them and turn these chunks into kills, into something more. As that's now feet secure, they take the blue buff on the way out, and Luminosity Gaming continue to cruise in this one.
And they also pull Denethor's TP. He has to TP away from that bottom side of the map to ensure that Winthrop don't lose even more in that top tier 2 turret. But Luminosity, they've already taken so much. 4,600 gold is now what they're sitting at. We are already seeing Tomio hit that second item. That Black Cleaver we hinted at is here. So that's initial combo from Tomio is going to do a lot of damage, especially to members like Sword and Mobility. So keep an eye out on whoever has that cease and desist clicked onto them, because there's a very low chance they're walking away.
Yeah, I even think the steel caps on Tactical are big, as he will be outranged by this Jhin Trist. I think grabbing those really smart. Of course, his trading pattern wants to get in there, do the burst damage with the Trinity 4 Sheen procs and the Strength of Corki. Speaking of burst damage, at the moment, this Dragon being bursted down, and of course, LG, they were the ones that had control over the top side. Denethor was hovering, of course, had no TP, as you called out, and LG just going to drop this one, saying, we don't need that singular Ocean Drake. We'll take control elsewhere on the map. We'll see what else they can play for beatdown, but a little bit surprising to see a team that is far ahead and has so much control give that objective over for free and not get anything in return right now.
Yeah, a lot of respect, I think, paid to Wilson and the Maokai that he's playing on. Engaging into this team is still very hard for all the lead that Luminosity Gaming has. It isn't quite simple for them, but this is simple because Mobility flashes out. Only 35 is here to save him. I actually think it's going to work out. Nature's Grasp to close it out, and now we're going to see the curtains opened up. Mobility's trying to put on a show, and while nobody else will fall, Winthrop, they find themselves a good performance.
And Insanity just gets off on the wrong side of the Weaver's Wall, finds an Nautilus, gets locked up under an inner turret. That opens up some space for Winthrop to instantly throw down that Herald. They're going to try and get a crash, and we'll see how much they can take. I don't know if it's going to mean a turret falls, but this is a good opportunity to at least get a crash off in a tough game.
Yeah, big win coming through here from Winthrop University. Does not negate everything LG have done so far, but it allowed them to get an opening for the turret. It did get them a little bit of extra gold, and they can use all the gold that they can get, especially when we're talking about their scaling going into that later game.
Flash away from ability is out of range for the cease and desist, and that wall that came in again just hopped off on the wrong side. Not sure if only 35 was able to force that at all. It didn't look like it, but still a nice small win here for Winthrop. As Insanity, that Weaver's Wall a little bit unwarranted. And that's gonna we slow things down a little bit here for LG. Again, no turrets or major objectives outside the Dragon were taken by Winthrop on the back half of that kill. So not a huge loss for Luminosity Gaming, but still not what you want to see.
No. And I will say, they are still able to continue denying away resources from Wilson. They've been taking away buffs. They've been taking away jungle camps because the threat of the all-in, to use a term you say a lot, Cubby, the shotgun comp that Luminosity Gaming are going for right here. Yeah, it is very threatening. So the fact that they're able to still steal away resources, I mean, you can see it reflected in the lead that Tomio has. It continues to grow ahead of his counterpart in Wilson. So that still remains a point of power alongside the Corki, who's now hit that second item, by the way. Muramana fully stacked.
And you can see, of course, those 80 items a little bit expensive here for the Tristana Jhin.
Yeah.
Important that Winthrop ignore fighting at the moment, because those two items, I mean, across the board, you can really see that gold lead showing in the inventories at the moment, as LG have access to those second items. Meanwhile, no second items available. for Winthrop. So I think any fight taken now might be a dangerous one. I want to see how aggressive Luminosity Gaming play towards this Otacon, as they have a lot of strength in their inventories right now, and yep, they're just going to start ripping it. I do know that taking Otacon at this point of the game is a little bit dangerous. This thing does a lot of damage if you are not careful.
Yes.
But LG navigating it all right at the moment, and it will now just be spotted. As Winthrop get the news, this Otacon is being hit.
It's tough. This is the Voracious Otacon. I'm pretty sure that means Blood Roses will be on the way. They don't want to give away the extra
spotted.
experience that goes for you. They don't know Zazel's there. He's coming in with the quickness. They're jumping on top of mobility.
Easy.
He is going to go down, and the shotgun has gone off. Big depth charge from only 35. Sword. It is going to get Sword a kill. He could start resetting here, and Denethor goes in with the all-out. Winthrop University, they're turning things around here for the 1-for-2, and they force LG off the Otacon.
Of course, it's 2 marksmen here for Winthrop. Everything was thrown into taking down mobility, but Sword was enabled to really free fire throughout that fight and was able to get some work done. Tomio separated on the front line, and that's a nice win here for Winthrop. Again, being down, any win you can take like that where you stall the objective, get some gold on that carry, and Tristana really big here as Winthrop make a nice play. And LG, I feel like they really just threw everything into the wrong target in mobility.
Agreed, and the crazy thing about this one too is that's pre-Infinity Edge on their marksman, Matt. So as soon as that one comes through, that's a big spike waiting for LG.
Sword able to buffer out of the quickness, flashed out of the flick too from Insanity. Cleaned up Zazel and has a nice fight. Uses the blast kill to still get involved on Tomio. I will say consolation prize over to Denethor.
Yes.
Did a really nice job of making space for Sword, isolating Tomio as well, making sure that he falls. And again, talk about strength showing in the inventory. How about that Infinity Edge being wrapped up now for Sword? So this Tristana getting a bit scarier.
Yeah, now we've kind of hit that tipping point here for a champion like Tristana. 2 items and onward. She's going to get vastly, exponentially more dangerous, and that's something Luminosity Gaming are going to have to be aware of, especially with regards to their target selection, because you highlighted it, they went for mobility, and while this gen has value, especially once the Infinity Edge is built, Sword is the problem. That's why you pick champs like Rakan and Vi.
It is, but we have Dragon up. Sword is soloing it out at the moment. Access to TP. Luminosity Gaming knowing this, they don't have control over that bot side. They're giving this away to hit the Otacon, which is going a little bit slow for them. Tomio will be spotted here by Denethor, and he's a little bit isolated here.
No flash. Gonna have to use the Vault Breaker. Oh, they got him, but Insanity is here with the Weaver's Wall to help things out. Denethor, though, he is not letting him breathe. We're seeing ults traded back and forth, and only 35 dies on the cross. Mobility opens the curtains, but realizes that is just not the angle. And at the end of it, it was a little wonky. Wait! Insanity gets the flick onto Sword. I think LG's just secured their Otacon.
Yeah, that's a really big find of the back half against Sword. He falls to the flick of Insanity. Of course, burned the flash in the last fight, not able to escape it that time around. And screw the Otacons, push 25, Baron's up, LG.
Yeah, the real objective is here, everybody. It is the big purple worm, and Winthrop, they recognize this, but they don't have ults to play for. LG, they're doing a good job at playing keep away. Oh, they're fully sending it there, yep. Flick comes through, jungler is down, Winthrop have no smite, so no choice but to walk away.
Wilson not able to flash out of that one. That's Baron down. As Luminosity Gaming, again, it started a bit kind of iffy with Tomio being found and so split up from the team, but once the battle lines were redrawn thanks to the Weaver's Wall and Sword being a little bit late to the party after taking that Dragon, Luminosity Gaming were able to find the right picks, the right people. As Baron goes down first, Otacon has spawned and will also be taken by Luminosity Gaming, who now will have a big power play on the map with not just the Baron on their shoulders, but also the GA for the free withdrawal. So we'll see how aggressively Luminosity Gaming plays this next sequence. There's a lot of power to them, and we'll say important they're able to take a lot here because Winthrop, yes, they lost a lot on the map in that last sequence, but at least now able to threaten Soul Point for the rest of the game.
Yes, which is definitely important, something we were highlighting early on, and I think we'll talk about it after this replay. Just get another look, man, at how this fight took place. You started with Tomio getting caught.
A nice ult from him, gets on the other side of Denethor, so he can't just be R'd backwards towards his team, and then Sword just hanging around, and walking off here ends up being unwarranted.
Wow.
Walking back to the turret instead of that other side of the map. Just in range, get caught out by the flick from Insanity. There was no recompense for it either. Really thought that Wilson could have, you know, flashed Twisted Advance and Insanity. I know that he could have, like, followed back, would have at least forced the flash out of Insanity, but gotta believe there was an opportunity to at least trade up in Summoner's Spell there. Of course, Wilson's got to be careful maintaining his own life to at least threaten the Smite being up on the map, but he was isolated and taken down later on pretty easily by LG. And letting your carry and sword go down for free like that, pretty expensive for Winthrop University, is that's what really started the chain of events.
I think expensive doesn't even begin to describe it. LG now sitting at 7,500 gold in their favor. Wilson trying to block this next wave with the Nature's Grasp. We're going to see the curtain call come through, but really it's just a threatening measure to help remove the wave, keep Luminosity Gaming away, and keep this Tier 3 turret alive just a bit longer.
We'll say as this game goes on, Insanity does have the option to burn a Weaver's Wall to stop those Jhin ults, right? It can knock Jhin out of the curtain call. Instead, he's going to hold on to it. We'll see if he uses it to maybe secure any of these turrets. You can, of course, wall off the enemy team, prevent them from walking up. So a big cooldown still later on for Insanity. I think a lot of people sleep on the utility of Weaver's Wall guaranteeing these turrets. Could easily see it come out here to knock down this mid inhibitor turret as the inner falls. And LG continue the push.
And it's just another turret knocked down there. More gold that LG are shoveling into their pockets, and you can just see how they feel empowered by this Otacon GA to push up, get a little bit in their faces while they set up space for Fagod to take yet another turret. We are approaching the dreaded 10k gold lead mark, Cubby. You wanted to see LG get enough gold so that Winthrop don't outscale them. How are we feeling? Is 10k enough? Do we need more?
That was a really nice Baron. They cleanly took an inhibitor, cleaned up the rest of the inners. That's about all you can ask for. And I really feel like with Dragon being a minute away, they got the clean reset in. They're going to prevent Soul. Luminosity Gaming feels like they're in full control of this game.
I think I'm going to have to agree with that assessment there. Now, the only thing really left for them to go ahead and take is this next Drake that's spawning up. You mentioned it, Winthrop. They can threaten Soul for the rest of the game, but it's not a real threat with the control and power Luminosity Gaming are looking towards. But they're crossing their T's, dotting their I's. They're setting up vision. They're making sure this side of the map is dark for Winthrop so that they don't even have a ghost of a chance of getting through.
Yeah, only 35 was even looking top lane to see if they can find that best. So I will say for Winthrop, not a bad look. I don't think that you can get control back over this bot side. So looking top was a decent idea. Fake God, though, sniffing that one out, did play far enough back to not give himself up, and now the control of LG kicks in. Make sure this Dragon goes over to free, so Soul denied. Second Dragon secured here from Luminosity Gaming.
And I will say, too, little bit of extra for them is that the move speed from those individual Cloud Drakes, it just makes it that much harder to close in on carries of Winthrop University. They definitely have a difficult couple of minutes ahead of them. We talked about 40 minutes being a pretty big point in the game for Winthrop just because of how strong a champion like Tristana can be later. And he sort of is approaching his third item. But honestly, I'm at a loss, Matt. Like, what's Winthrop's way back into this one? How is this actually going to work for them, if at all?
I mean, they're approaching 3 items right now. I think they need more than that to really kick in.
Yeah.
Because again, you can see a lot of armor coming in here for Luminosity Gaming. Malachi, the only source of magic damage. It's not nothing, but they're pretty freely able to spec in the armor. And Wilson actually might be caught now. He's going to have to flash out. Hit the smite. Takes it away, but not exactly worth losing your flash like that right before this Baron spawns.
No, probably not. I imagine Wilson just wants to get whatever he can because I think deep down inside he knows that Baron is not for Winthrop University to have. At this point, it's just about weathering the storm, getting to that 4th item mark if they can somehow do so. We have seen Mobility and Sword. They just hit their 3rd items. They are very strong individually, but Winthrop's ability to set them up considering this gold deficit is what's suspect right now.
And 3 items good for these guys, but still not enough to really break this gold deficit they're facing as the core items are in, and now the core fight might be in. Zazel has dipped under the wave, is spotted by Denethor, but he has the fast track to Winthrop. He's cutting him off.
Yeah, he is. I mean, Zazel, he is playing Rakan, so he ends up being totally fine. There is no play angle. Now they've walked away as
LG. Up. Look at how much control they have in Fog. Like, Zazel, even with that play and calling it off, bought so much time and space for his team. They haven't even entered the river, and Baron's already at 2/3 as, only 35.
It's still Zazel. He's looking
Zazel.
forward with the quickness. He
Looked
gets
out.
2 targets charmed up, and Fake God is in the back line with that public execution. And Sword, he has that opportunity. They are hitting. They are going to force Fake God's flash. So honestly, positive interaction, I would say, from Winthrop University. They get a flash out, they get an objective bounty, and they want more. Only 35 though. He's gonna explode, get flicked into his death, and now Winthrop are running for the hills. Now Denethor has to flash, and Fake God, he's not done with this interaction. He's full health, he's back to party, and he's TPing. So LG are going right back to Baron.
And I don't think Winthrop can even walk in and contest. The Nautilus goes down. That's it. The control from LG. Again, making this one look easy. And yeah, I think Fake God definitely put that fight a little bit too fast. Public execution in the back. Winthrop did a nice job of canceling a couple engages. Like, quickness was denied. Denethor did a nice job of holding the line there, but still, the control kicks in the back half. Luminosity Gaming pick up this Baron, and now gotta believe this one they're gonna look to end the game with.
Yeah, not a whole lot left for LG to take on the side of Winthrop's map. Already bottom inhibitor exposed. One bad fight will mean the end of this game 1. Winthrop, we talk about their late game scaling options. Well, they're in the late game and they are just down too much. Some miracle stalling tactic is what it's going to take for them to actually get back into this one. And you can see the vision on that top side too. It's so hard for them to try and make plays onto LG because they don't know where anybody is.
That also the push that LG has too. Cassante and Jin. Cassante definitely has to catch the waves that he's on, right? He can't push out where you're facing Talia just deleting waves, Corki just deleting waves, and Bessa even at this point deleting waves. So sometimes just the lead and the push can lead to the map looking like this as LG continue to play out a goodie.
That's right, at this point, with that Baron still in their back pockets, they can just go ahead and push Winthrop away. They are not afraid at all. They're going to start knocking down this bottom inhibitor. It feels like it's going to go down for free, but look at Wilson's position. It looks like he's fishing for an ult.
They did take the Valkyrie away from Tactical, not able to reach with an Aegis Grasp. Denethor flicks.
Oh, Denethor is chunked down. You're seeing Talia throw the rocks at him, and not a whole lot else goes down. You're going to see it. The Grand Entrance comes through. Tactical gets a kill, and they're going to knock down another one. Matt, I think this is it. You're going to see Mobility open up the curtain, see if he can knock someone down, but it's Sword who actually gets that kill onto Tomio. But it's not enough, Matt. They still have a bit of a wave. They still have damage on these turrets. If Sword's going to make a move, it has to be now.
One turret falls, Tactical able to melt through these. Health bar still not looking great for Winthrop. It's 2 pieces to hold the line gone. It's only Wilson now in public execution.
Oh, wow! He's gonna jump in. Sword is out of the picture. Tactical picks up his 3rd kill of the fight, and that's gonna be it, everybody. Luminosity Gaming. They had a few oopsies, but at the end of the day, they finish strong and they win game 1.
I mean, it felt at the end pretty calm, cool, and collected from LG. Is there the comp that really had control of this game, took over in the back half, and again, this team continues to be one that looks scary in the league, and to see them win in such a calm, cool, and collected manner against an opponent that we expected them to take care of, still pretty scary that game. Yeah,
and I think it's important too to note that, again, we were talking about how for some of our higher end teams like LG and NA, there was that bit of a warm-up coming through in those early weeks, but now really seeing them come into form, I think has been such a nice thing to see. And this is what we expect. Not just Dark Zero, Dragonsteel being able to pretty cleanly and consistently beat teams below them in the standings, but also Luminosity Gaming near airport. So it's good to see that the LTA rejects are still taking names in the NACL.
I mean, reason they're here and the fact they get to fight for their spot at the end of the year is quite fun for these players who, again, for the majority of their careers have been playing at that higher level. So to see them come in, take care of business here against a team like Winthrop, a bit expected, but still really nice to see from Luminosity Gaming as they put together a great game and take game 1.
They sure did. And before we set up for our second game, we're going to throw it to a short break. So don't go anywhere. We're going to see the rest of Winthrop, University, and LG right after this.
Fist fight any celebrity? Probably Dwayne The Rock Johnson, honestly. I'd want to go at it with him.
I don't know many celebrities like actors or. Huh. You gotta make sure you win. So you gotta pick the smallest person you know. I'll go with Danny DeVito. He's short and old. Surely I can take him. If I can't, that's sad.
A fist fight, like, for me to win, I would fist fight. Who do I really not like? Nah, I think I would. You know, I keep like speed. Like I would fist fight him. I know I would get beat up, but it'd be funny. It would be for sure be really funny. Yeah.
I don't even know. I guess the first celebrity comes to mind is probably Faker. I think I could take him out in a fight for sure. I don't think that guy goes to gym and stuff, so I think I'll take him out easy.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NACL. We have highlights on your screen of the first match between Winthrop University and Luminosity Gaming. And a lot of these clips, spoiler alert, are going to be pretty LG favored. Matt, I got to say, I think they did a really good job, pretty much start to finish, despite a couple hiccups.
That game felt relatively controlled from
Yeah.
Luminosity Gaming. This is really their only hiccup, and they just threw everything out of the Jhin instead of the Tristana and got burned in the back half for it. So I think that overall LG can be pretty happy with how they played out that game. We did see 1 or 2 flashes from Winthrop, a couple potential 4 plays, but it just didn't feel like they could really ever get out onto the map and do anything in that game with how LG were able to execute their 9 phase and play out their early games. So Winthrop, the scaling, just didn't have time to kick. LG ended up taking a pretty controlled game 1.
Yeah, you got to give LG props for how well they played out a lot of these lane interactions. Just the fact that we saw not only a lot of good individual lane performances, that we saw a lot of big health trades that set up plays that LG were planning immediately after. And I think that was a big part of what put Winthrop University in this state where they just never got to scale up. They never got to hit that magic number of items where Sword could just rip everyone up.
And again, a pretty quiet game in terms of what we're used to in NACL when it comes to action, but did see a lot of trades on the map in terms of objectives, and do think that LG really got to shine a bit, show their stuff, their willingness to drop those mid-game dragons in order to set up bigger plays elsewhere that Winthrop were then forced to really fight uphill battles to contest, and that ended up being good scenarios for LG. They turned that into wins.
Yeah, they did, and honestly, there isn't really a whole lot much else to really praise about LG. I think overall it was just really executed nicely from them, pretty much start to finish. And again, this is what we like to see from players of this caliber, especially players who've had such prominent and recent LTA North experience for players like Luminosity Gaming. So it is really nice to see. This is kind of that expected outcome. But, you know, as viewers, fans, the love of the game, we do hope to see Winthrop University being able to give us a bounce back in this game too.
Yeah, again, like the expectations that we have for today, it's a 2-0 for both LG and Near Airport against their collegiate opponents as a form of behemoths of the big league that find themselves in NACL. So we're really waiting to see if that expectation can be broken by Winthrop today or by Supernova later on. Nothing too surprising in that first series, but again, play the games for a reason. We'll see if Winthrop can impress. I just want to see if they get more of that 2-0 Winthrop form over Blue Water where they really look good as a team or making a lot of plays, or if we get the Winthrop that struggles a bit against Pulse or AMI. I feel like that game they didn't play terribly. They just never were able to really get a foothold on the map thanks to LG, and ended up looking looking pretty one-sided in the end.
Yeah, and we got to give that quick shout out too, again, about our social media. If you want to keep up with the conversation, you want to find out all things NACL, first of all, use the hashtag NACL. And of course, follow us on Twitter at WatchNACL. There's YouTube and Twitch at NACL. Basically, it's really easy, guys, to keep up. There's very limited, I don't know, the steps to keep up with us. They're not very hard, so please follow, like, tweet, make memes, make fun of Matt because he likes golf. I don't know, whatever you got to do, whatever gets your kicks.
Yeah, how dare I wear a fun Master shirt on Master
How
weekend,
dare
know?
you? And flip-flops. That's right, I
Oh,
outed you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's right, buddy.
I stand. I gotta have some padding at my feet. I'm not gonna show the flip-flops on camera. But, you know,
Please don't.
yeah, that'd be bad for everyone involved. But hey, diving into this next game 2 beatdown. Kind of curious. Of course, we have 2 different drafts with Fearless, but is there anything that you really want to see, at least from the Winthrop perspective? Because they are the team trying to fight to A, stay in the series, B, they are the underdogs. I think that direction from Only 35 has probably been the best look so far, but curious if you have anything else that you might want to see or on a wish list for Winthrop.
Nothing specific, although I respect the willingness to take away the Tristana and try to build a comp around it. I think we just need to see Winthrop University go back to what's been working for them this league. Comps where they can actually interact early. They don't have to sit back and scale, and they can make those plays that they are relatively and usually quite successful on. So I think more early game power is basically what I'm boiling it down to, as I think that has been more of their strength in these last couple of years.
Actually quite curious, B-Town. Of course, Winthrop, they dropped that first game at choice of side select in this game. Not for the red side. That's a choice that not a lot of teams are making on this patch, but I will say, like, the lower elo you go, I do like red side having the opportunity to just have a few more counter picks can be really big. So maybe Winthrop looking to find some answers in what LG are prepping, or of course can leave up a lot of OPs in that first phase of draft and maybe try and grab 2 for the price of 1. So curious what the strat ends up being for Winthrop on red side to get a choice that we haven't seen from a lot of teams being made, opting for that side in Fearless Draft, not just in this league, but globally.
Yeah, historically, it's just really not common. Most people do pick the blue side, and it is interesting to me that we're seeing LG ban both Gwen and Nefiri on that blue side, but I think that's kind of anticipating what you were mentioning too, because you can see with the bans that Winthrop are going for, they're completely ignoring them, and we're hoping they could go for a trade, hoping they can grab 2 and things like that, and yeah, I'm expecting probably Jace, just because that's going to be the natural first pick to LG if left up.
I think Jace is a big one. Of course, Denethor wouldn't have that Ambessa to play into it. So would be curious to see what he grabs into potential Jace. As Rise banned away from Insanity, has been willing to play that. Wondering if we might have a potential blind coming in from Sword. And yeah, it's just the Jace first pick. Now, Beat, I know that I was asking you about your wish list to what you might want to see Winthrop pilot. For me, I think one of the stronger comps or one of the stronger looks we've seen from them has actually been Wilson playing that Ivern. I think that that's a champion that you can pick up wins against a lot of teams. I thought we saw them play that effectively and very well in a series they played, I believe it was against Blue Otter. So curious if we have more of that. As at the moment, looks like the answer to the expected top Jace is going to be that Ornn, but we do have to bring up that it is Insanity mid. He has that champion Ocean, and we haven't seen a lot of Jace flex to mid, but maybe we see LG actually take advantage of that in this one and try and find a good matchup into that early Ornn.
Yeah, I think that was probably what Winthrop were going for in general, leaving that Jace up. They lock in the MF as well to give you a strong lane champion with things like Rakan and Nautilus out of the picture, and even Talia, as you mentioned, that ability to interrupt ults from a distance isn't there, so maybe more effective use of the bullet time is also what they're going for, and I think Ornn sets that up really nicely too.
Alistar locked in here as love Alistar. The fact you get pretty much 2 spell rotations off just with that ultimate throughout these fights can be so big at times. You do play a longer fight, and with Ornn and Misfortune showing, a champ like Alistar, a longer fight, a little bit more likely to show. So with all that, looks like Tactical gonna grab his Ezreal, been a big pick for him. Common matchup in MF. Of course, once you get 3 items on Ezreal, you feel really good in the game, and we'll see if they can get Ezreal there. Also fits the poke profile that is showing with Jace at the moment.
Yeah, and I'm wondering too if we're going to see later on in that ban phase removal of things like the Hui, because I think it will just really fit this composition overall. And you got to imagine it's just going to be the support answer for the side of only 35, and it seems like the Rel is what they want. I think I'm okay with it personally, just because you already have this Ornn with that long-range engage, and when you're playing into these sort of poke comps, especially with an Alistar, I think the more engaged tools you have, the more likely you are to get on top of them.
I'll be honest, I would have kind of liked Braum there, just to play into the Alistar. I think that Rel, this is a lot more engaged, and of course you have that big power play, as I like to call it, when you have that flash available on Rel, just to have that super flash Magnet Storm coming in, be big. But I do think that, at least for me, this tells me that with the Rel pick over something like Braum, it shows the role that only 35 has in this team, with really being that person to have the main engages and fill that slot within the team. But also curious if they have anything else that can really fit the dog pile or go in with the Rel really well in this game. As that could be a reason they grab that over a Braum pick. That I think into Jace Alistar and with an MF is already a pretty good pairing that was potentially on the table for Winthrop.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point too. That's why you were seeing the Azir ban away, I think, from LG. Kind of fits the bill exactly as you're saying. And it kind of adds more DPS to what I think is a comp lacking a lot of damage so far. So I'm kind of interested in how Winthrop University are going to round that up. I mean, with the Victor out of the picture, you know what comes to mind for me? It was not Ahri, it was Lissandra. But, if you want to play this one too, I guess that one is fine. You are hoping for resets. You are hoping for a bit of that Wombo combo, and they're leaving the jungle till last pick.
You can play Ahri into, or Lissandra into Ahri if you do choose, if you are Insanity.
Insanity's the GOAT.
Yeah, I think with Ornn and Rel showing, that would be a pretty tough game to play with. Leandri's builder might feel really good in the mid lane. If Insanity's bold, I think honestly, as something like Cassio, you could get outranged pretty significantly, but something like Syndra, where you can actually cancel a Rel W, can really play around with that Ornhorn timer and pressure a bullet time with the scatter. There is potential for something like Syndra here if Insanity wants it. It can be sometimes really tough to play that immobile mid laner into Ahri and what's showing, but do think that scatter would have a lot of value. I was going to say Cassio could be good as well. Abuse the Roa build. You get outranged by a lot in this game, but Cassio brings a lot of strength to the laning phase for Luminosity Gaming and an ability to really cut through Ornn later on in the game.
Yeah, I do like that angle as well there for the side of Luminosity Gaming. And the Pantheon, as well as we know, is shot up in priority quite a lot. I mean, you have a lot of power playing into side lane with that ultimate. You have a lot of early game power as well. I know you were mentioning the Ivern, but I was really hoping it was the Viego lock in there for Winthrop University. You're already playing into this reset archetype, and I think you do need something that has at least a little bit of early game power, some kind of skirmishing ability to pair with that Ahri. So I think what we're seeing from Winthrop right now, this is a first kill kind of comp.
In a way, yeah. I don't love this comp in the end for Winthrop because, as you highlighted, they're reliant on resets. But what are you trying to reset into? Alistar, he has the ult that can burn a lot of time. Ezreal is slippery. Cassio is incredibly tanky for a mid laner. Pantheon as well with that E that can burn a lot of time. And then Jace with the grass. Like, I just don't see the target that Winthrop can really one-shot to get these resets off, unless Luminosity Gaming is already really heavily mispositioned going into a game. I think that playing this into Alistar, you just have to be so careful about when you pick that point to go in, as the Viego especially. So for me, eyes on Wilson to make sure that he goes in at the right time in this game.
And with that note, we're starting off our game 2 of the series here with Winthrop University versus Luminosity Gaming. Cubby, I think I agree with you in terms of the difficulty for that time to kill. Because when I see champions like Ahri and Viego on the same team, the question you got to ask yourself is like, all right, how fast can they actually get that first kill so they can start resetting? I will say your concerns are right, and I think this creates a sort of timer for Winthrop in the late game. Oh, hold on. Oh, Tomio, see ya.
That's a freebie.
Give it to mobility. Good job. That's what I like to see. All right, nice push play.
300 gold on the new patch, so we'll see if it ends up being socks picked up. If mobility does want a base, probably took freebies in the inventory.
I think so.
Yeah, just going to sit on that gold. Will be a lead when he ends up resetting, going back to base. But that's a good scout plan from Winthrop. And first blood secured as Tomio didn't have the right to look there and ends up going down.
Yeah, really nice. And this is what we talked about before. This is where Winthrop University shines in that early game. And you know what? Game starts at 0-0-0, Cubby. So props to them for getting this set up and getting some early gold on mobility for his first back. That point I was making earlier too was, I think Winthrop, they have an angle in this early mid game, especially when Sword and Wilson hit that level 6 mark to get an advantage, but it's feeling like it's just a reverse of what we saw in that last game. Now it's Winthrop who have this timer, where if they don't get a lot of successful plays going pre-25 minutes, they're just gonna have to watch their base fall apart.
Yeah, no, I think that's where the Cassio is honestly kind of clever as a pick. Obviously, Roa does feel like the consensus strong item right now in the mid lane, so able to abuse that. But again, another pick that can get really tanky, but also is lane dominant, as Cassio does have the ability to push Ahri around in these early levels. And hopefully, if you are a Luminosity Gaming fan, will be tanky enough to survive the onslaught from Ahri later on and not be under full threat for these Ahri Spirit Rush looks and trying to find the angles. Even if you do catch some of those skill shots, hopefully tanky enough to survive that and dish it back.
Right now, taking a look at the junglers. Again, we have opposite starts for Wilson and Tomio. And I am curious this time around. Wilson, he is pathing to a lane where his bot laners are getting pushed in, but it could open up a potential play if we don't see a gank, or not a gank, a ward come out soon. But right as I say it, Tactical, he's respecting the timers. He knows his jungler's on the other side of the map, and he is not taking any chances.
Of course, just the handshake here early on. Honestly, nice for Viego. Because if you do meet Pantheon at level 4, well,
Ooh, yeah.
Pantheon's a terror in the first few levels of the game. So I think the setup necessary for Wilson is really important that you're able to farm up on this Viego, as you have to be someone that can go in and get those resets later on in the fights. And Wilson, the first couple full clears, see if he's going to be able to do that in this one.
Yeah, and I was wondering for a moment if we were going to see that move from Tomio, just recognizing he's got push mid, he's got push bot, but not actually going to go for it. It is that beneficial trade for Wilson, as you say, where both are just going to start out with 28 CS going into their first back. But now, Wilson, I thought he was going to look for something bot lane. But no, it's just going to be nice and chill early on. Hopefully we get some action soon, but not yet.
Looks like it's Wilson going to go for that super clear. So goal is to hopefully have a piece of what I expect to be. I know it's Wilson. We've seen a couple different variants of the Viego builds. Some open with Kraken Slayer. I've seen some Trinity Force and Collector, likely being the standard one in the back half. So expect to see, for me, a Trinity Force component off this first base from Wilson. Of course, option to go Sundered Sky second as well. I've seen it first. A lot of different options in the Viego builds. So we'll see what Wilson goes for. But expecting Trinity Force is really a damage profile, just given the Ornn top especially, and the need for resets in this game.
Yeah, and I'm wondering too, just because we've seen Viegos go for a lot of LDR in the build, you know, usually third item and onward.
Yeah.
But I think it's something I'd like to see as well, because I think Viego, he benefits a lot from crit. We see him build a lot of bruiser items, so I think not a lot of people think about it very often. But his Q and his ult, they do scale part of their damage from critical chance. So it's also something Wilson could index towards.
Well, stage secured, and as we get closer to Grub Spawn, of course, Dragon is on the map. This wave will be bouncing back into Luminosity Gaming. So opportunity on the crash for Winthrop to look for that proactive swap that MF can utilize so well with that strut passive. And also, as this wave is building and is going to crash in, we'll see if Wilson maybe wants to take a look at this Dragon before the Grub Spawn.
He certainly has the angle, and considering how mid and top have been pushed in, it feels like Tomio's natural inclination is going to be for that grub setup that's coming in about 20 seconds. So yeah, want to see Wilson also head towards that objective. He will be spotted because there is a little pink ward in the brush, and I think that's actually dissuaded him. Oh no, never mind, he's just pulling it out. Good man.
Okay, gonna be a trade here. Of course, Jace on the top side, still owning the Ornn.
Yeah.
So Tomio off these full clears, he will get the grubs, but this first Dragon secured by Winthrop, not all bad. Once again, that priority with the MF strength there will lead to a positive for them, and that Infernal Dragon being picked up, well, always going to be a feel good from any team you're on. Some bonus damage, definitely going to help Winthrop try and get those resets that are all important for their comp.
Exactly. Every little bit helps in general, but especially for this burst comp that Winthrop are going for, where again, every priority is going to be on whatever first kill they can get in a team fight to get Sword and Wilson resetting. This is going to be the last grub finished off, as Tomio is just going to walk his way into the mid lane, see if anything ends up taking place. This was a timer for Wilson to look, but Wilson, as he said, just prioritizing that farming early on. He so badly wants to be able to get to that Trinity Force now that he's hit level 6, so they can actually get some skirmish on.
And I mean, again, a quiet map state for Winthrop is not all bad here. Because the execute they can have later on with an Ornhorn, Rel 2, an Ahri, kind of be secondary on top of that to hopefully set up for these big bullet times and ultimates to get those resets. And you can see in your head how this comp does have the potential to play out. So I'll see if they can get there as mobility at the moment.
They got him. Oh, tactical's going in. The auto attacks with the Essence Flux are going to be able to set that one up. Tomio shows up, you know, just do a little chest pumping, do a little flexing, but it is going to be mobility dying, and critically dies while using both summoner spells, so something that can be abused later on.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it looked really easy from Luminosity Gaming. As I do want to give some props to Tactical. That proactive flash that is getting in range of the MF really made sure to melt mobility early on. As we're in the back half of the skirmish. You can see, though, the E flash from Tactical even got the E to apply onto mobility, and then Yeah, just waiting out the barrier, throwing out the auto, finds the final hit. The last kill goes over to the pockets of the Ezreal. That's exactly what LG wanted as they get on the board.
And it's just great recognition overall. Soon as Mobility and Only 35 are on the run, you have nothing to be afraid of, especially with your jungler waiting in the wing. So even though Winthrop needed to continue the ball rolling, it is Luminosity Gaming once again who are finding some early successes in this game.
For Winthrop, we'll see if they can really fight back better this time. I think that with the R keys, some of the circles are going to be able to draw with stuff like Call of the Forge Gun on this Storm, like the Rel Flash Magnet Storm. A little bit easier for Winthrop to make plays on the map, but I'm just concerned about their damage. I know that resets important. If they don't get those resets, their damage profile, when you have stuff like this Roa Ari, this Viego, and MF, it's going to be a little bit lower than what you're used to seeing in some other games. So, again, getting through a comp like the one that LG has, where it feels like everyone has something in their kit that can really help stall out a reset, minus, Cassio, who may lack the movement speed. If you overcommit into one of those petrifying gazes, I mean, that can literally stop you in your tracks trying to find the reset on these engages. So I still think that this is going to be pretty tough for Winthrop to pull off.
And I think this gank is also going to be really tough to pull off. I think Wilson is just shadowing, ensuring that Mobility is going to be able to get some poke damage off and maybe get a few hits onto the turret. But I don't think they want to dive a level 6 Alistar or level 6 Ezreal at all. So Wilson, recognizing that, he's just going to go ahead and walk away. Sword has a wave pushed in. He is able to actually get a move on the map. Now that we have 4 people, I'm liking this dive a little bit more, and I think that's the setup here, especially with Zeyzal backing off. Oh,
That's big.
Yeah,
they saw Zeyzal go back. That's a mistake.
And we're wasting no time. Spirit Rush is coming through. Spectral Maw for the stun, and Wilson's going to secure the kill. Zeyzal couldn't have backed at a worse time. And I like that punish for Tactical Slash being down.
Yeah, a rare misread coming in from Zeyzal and Luminosity Gaming, but they're trying to bounce back with play on the top side. Denethor.
Oh! Call of the Forge God is going to knock Tomio up, and ooh! That next turret shot would have killed. But I like this move too from Insanity. Share the love a little bit after he pushed in the mid wave. Just allow him to get in on what I think was a turret plate and this next spawn of grubs.
And that's really why he's up there, right? Just make sure these grubs, again, go the way of LG. And because of that play, just going on the bot side for Winthrop, they have to reset, recover on the map. Again, trying to get in and contest these grubs. Kind of looking at last game, though, where they are just a hair late beat down and not going to be able to get a single grub to their name in either of these games as Luminosity Gaming clean up all 6.
Wow, a little more shy than I expected to. I mean, Fake God was low, half health, low mana. There was an angle here, even without Denethor in the picture, but they decide to back off for that one. I think it's priority over the Drake that they are looking for here, and that's why you're going to see Mobility and Wilson go ahead and set that one up. And you know the best part? It's not a Chemtech Soul. I think Winthrop really happy about that.
That is pretty nice for them, as that could provide some headaches, but that said, with them showing on the Drake, post-grub, Zeyzal, and Tactical, they're going to try and set up the dive. I will say that in the last potential skirmish, Winthrop didn't have those big ults available, so I think that's why they called it off.
Yeah.
And now, the play is on. Denethor doing his best, but this is tough.
Oh! It's just going to be nice and easy. Nothing else to do here.
That's first brick.
Yep, it's going to be nice and easy. I mean, what do you expect? You overload the side lane when you have 6 grubs. We've seen teams all over the world do it for the last year, pretty much since grubs were introduced into the game. So that is the feats of warfare over to Luminosity Gaming, and a nice chunk of change into their back pocket.
And LG, again, making this one look pretty easy. Like, it's so much control that comes out from this squad. Again, feet secured with that first brick popped. As, like, you look at these games beat down, and it doesn't feel like Winthrop are the ones that are like really making these giant mistakes on the map or super misplaying to get into these positions. It's just LG
jump it in
better.
there.
As
Tomio.
He should not have face checked that.
Nope. Aegis Shield is not going to save you.
And Insanity, like their bot, their retake, like again, just wait for these guys to help you take control. Don't walk in solo into the side of the map where you don't have control. A really poor mistake from Tomio.
Yeah, you don't have to. And it's twice now. members of LG have made such a mistake, and because Tomio used the Grand Starfall, means this dive is going to be nice and easy. Bullet time's going to come through. We're already seeing some damage. Charm is going to go wide. Teleport channel means, all right, guys, we're walking away from this one. We don't want this.
I mean, at least got a TP and a flash also off the Alistar. Zeyzal not rocking Hex Flash this game.
Wow, criminal, actually.
Yeah, so not like it was nothing of value coming out there for mobility.
Very true.
Zeyzal, of course, rocking the Swifties this game. Going to be really nice to try and get through those slows, close the gap. In combat move speed could be really important for Alistar in this one, because if he's able to reach MF at all, that's a bullet time potentially canceled.
Yeah, especially with the feats of warfare, meaning those Swifties are upgraded.
Oh, not
Much
again.
more move speed as we're jumping in. Oh, Denethor has just been the receiving end of so much punishment. He's not even going to ult. He's just going to try and use a Searing Charge, but he falls. And now, LG, they're going to be able to use that Demolish that Fake God is rocking and the 6 Grubs to just continue stacking up that paper.
We have seen them in this mid-game, really, or early to mid-game as we transition, put the Casio into the Ornn and take advantage of the tank-busting skill that this champion brings to the table. So it has been a nice aspect of the game here for Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, good recognition, good understanding of basically how every matchup in this game is working for them, and they are taking advantage of it beautifully. And it feels like Wilson and the rest of Winthrop University, they don't really have any plays that they can make for themselves, especially in this game where the more time goes on, gold lead or not, it just gets that much harder for them to get that first kill they need to start resetting. That's what this comp is all about.
Still harder and harder to get that first reset when you're losing out on a lot of things. Lose gold as Tomio checks another spot.
Oh, they got him.
And that's a freebie. So Tomio, not having his best game here, Pete. And
no.
Has been positive plays for Wilson, and Winthrop is, again, important that Wilson is really the one that's ahead. I bet he's working towards that Collector next.
Yeah.
Has been the common build on the Viego, but him picking up a few of these kills, again, he is the one that has to get that reset and can break the fight if you do get that first kill on the Viego and get those resets going. At least he's fed in this one.
Yeah, and I like the look from Winthrop, trying to set up some of these plays, either getting Sword out of lane to help, or just camping out Tomio in spots where they expect him to walk in. So it's been working out for them so far. Like you said, Wilson, very happy to receive this much gold, but it's tough because you're trading it for a tier 2 on the other side of the map, and they have Grubs. So they're going to be taking these turrets so very fast. The mid-tier 1 is also about to collapse. That was an expensive play.
I mean, a top outer for a mid outer and a bot inner is...
I'll take that deal.
there is no pre-owned car salesman on the planet that would make that same deal. You're getting a more valuable outer and an inner for one outer.
Yeah.
That's a bit stinky, but again, so somewhat the corner that Winthrop has backed themselves into when you do lose 6 Grubs like that. For those first 2 dragons, though, of course, is the prize they have, so this upcoming dragon could be nice, but before that one spawns in 15 seconds, Winthrop has put full focus out of this Rift Herald, will snag that one for themselves. So they're able to transition enough power on the bot side to try and secure this soul point.
It's going to be tough for them, I think, to do it, especially with Insanity. I mean, he's hit that second item. He's stacking both of them as much as he can. So I think, considering the position they were in to take that Herald, they're just going to go ahead and use the fact that they had 2 dragons to just sack the third one to drop the Herald. Yeah, I think so, or at the very least, they're going to hang out in this area and get a tier 2 turret, which, again, much needed gold in their pockets.
I actually really like the fact they didn't drop this one, because I don't think you can or want to really pressure the inhibitor turret at this point.
Fair.
So the trades come in, soul point denied as LG pick up yet another Cloud Dragon, as it is yet another Cloud Soul on the map. And that Herald being saved from mid, I think that it's okay from Winthrop. I will say the last set of trades was not one that we liked for Winthrop, but trading an inner there for giving up a single Cloud Dragon I think is quite good, as they have a lot of gold now into Ari as well, who's catching up with his second items to the Casio, and Wilson continues to be big on the Viego, as it looks like he's looking for that second item, Sundered Sky, coming in.
And we did talk about how important it is for Winthrop to play these more early, mid-game focused compositions is that that has been historically their strength over these last couple of years. And we can see now that they are answering into LG a little bit more than they did into game one, where it felt like they just kind of got rolled over. So this time around, it's nice to see that, you know, on a comp that is more their speed, they're finding some of these successes. We're seeing bounties on the mid-jungle, the 2 reset champions that we were talking about this whole game. So there's a lot of eggs in the Wilson Sword basket to be able to get resetting in these team fights.
Yeah, like obviously it stinks to have Denethor this far behind. There was a lot of focus put on him earlier on by Luminosity Gaming, but there's still Ornn. Like, if anyone's gonna be behind on Winthrop, it's you had to pick any of the 3 lanes. You'd pick Denethor every time in this draft. So we'll see if Mobility and Sword are able to step up and deal the deeps necessary to get that fight rolling, get those first resets for Wilson. Or if LG can really hold true. As I will say, we haven't really talked a ton about scaling. I know that we just mentioned the Ornn. I still prefer the scaling of Luminosity Gaming. I think this Cassio is just going to be too much of a problem throughout the game. And Insanity is in really good shape. So for me, he's the one that has the real potential to break this.
Agreed. Wilson and the rest of Winthrop, they are trying to look for more of those hit and run plays, but instead it is just going to be a setup to drop this Rift Herald that they've been holding on for a couple of minutes. I think it's a better target for them to drop it onto that mid tier 1 turret. Wilson's even going to pilot it himself, but it's a charge and it's an out.
And just a chunk, right? And Winthrop now going to be forced to respond to the side lanes that have been set on fire by LG. As with no grubs and that turret being really healthy, not really a full charge from the Herald, there's no concerns here for Luminosity Gaming, as they're going to be the ones that can get these waves in.
And this is a similar problem to what we saw in that first game. If we look at the individual matchups in the solo laners, there isn't really a great ability to side lane, or honestly, not a whole lot of wave clear, looking at the Ahri and the Ornn as champions. I mean, no matter how much gold you put on them, it isn't quite the same as Ezreal, Cassiopeia, or champions of the like. So really, Winthrop's chances are so dependent on finding big team fight angles when they can get these waves pushed out, when they can group mid and look for an angle. And if LG can continuously deny that, I think Winthrop, they're going to struggle even more to actually get to these neutral objectives effectively.
That's where the chase is good, dominating these sides. Then you also have the soft power of the Pantheon to try and overload and threaten Winthrop really any time they try and play up in these lanes. They are on catch duty at the moment. But still, it's not like... it's funny because like the scaling of this game, again, I favor LG, but it's not like Winthrop are going to be pushovers in all this.
Right. They have ways to play. They have the Call of the Forge God. They have the flashy Flash Magnet Storm.
I'm actually ahead at the moment. It's not 3 items in Ezreal yet. I think that's where the Shojin coming in gets really scary for Winthrop. So
true.
Still, I think opportunity here to try and find a pick, find a play. We'll see if they're able to pull the trigger. I think the break point for me is Sword finding out the Andres. Once he gets back out on the map with that, I think that's where Winthrop are going to look. And with 1 minute until Dragon spawning, assume we're going to see a couple resets come in, a couple items picked up as both teams get ready to fight. And what is likely going to be a high resource fight being burned here shortly.
Oh, Wilson forced to use the Heartbreaker to escape. That is pretty tough. He'll get it if he resets. Still, Charm going to land on Insanity, but they do not want to pull the trigger. This is not the fight Winthrop is looking for.
I mean, that's no Viego ult now for the upcoming Dragon spawn and Luminosity Gaming. That could be enough for them to maybe just threaten the Otacon. They have a lot of control over this top side. Really, the option and the onus is on LG to see what they want to do with the space and time they have on the map. I think it's a little bit early to hit Otacon, so I don't mind them skipping over that. But look at how far back they have Winthrop stuck in this top side. And now dominating the mid wave. Dragon's about to spawn. Choice for LG as to which side they want to play. They're going to continue to commit to the side where they have vision. That is around this Otacon on the top side.
Yeah, you can see with the top-end support of Winthrop University focusing on vision. Yeah, they give up any semblance of control they could have had over this Drake. So LG, they're going to go ahead and start this one, start stacking up Cloud Drakes. And Matt, Cloud Drakes, Cassiopeia, ooh, me likey.
That can be quite nice, as of course that Q move speed can help be a nice bonus.
It's pretty good.
As LG did a really good job there. Again, a lot of the control was topside, but Notice how they retreated into their control. They found Winthrop, and then from there they were able to play back and play into their vision. Played it out very nicely. Now Winthrop, they're the ones that are reeling. They've grouped up. Call the Forge God could be nice for Denethor. I still don't favor them, though, at the moment, being grouped up. I think that they're a little bit far behind. I don't think things get better for Winthrop over time. This 2K gold deficit, they're really being patient about trying to find the right time to pick their spot and get these resets going for the Viego and the Ahri.
And I think LG have been doing a great job at denying those, not really giving them the options that they're looking for to set up, and making it so that Winthrop, if they go for a fight, it's going to end up being very costly. I mean, they're in a position where the only thing we really have to look forward to now that we're at the 2-item mark across the board for Winthrop is those Ornn upgrades. It's not everything. It's not going to change the game, but it is something that Winthrop University can look forward to, that extra bit of power, which could help them get the resets that they're looking for. But for the most part, LG, they're not giving them angles. They're not giving them space.
A bit of a farm fest that we have at the moment, as it really is LG taking a lot of that space away. I think the Cassio and the Jace again in these side lanes, there really is no chance for Ornn or Ahri to contest at this point.
No.
As both these champions should be dominating the side lanes now and for the rest of the game. As Insanity going to get another base in. This Cassio just becomes scarier and scarier beatdown.
Yeah.
As, that's what the Andre's completed.
Oh.
Okay, that's a lot of damage coming through now. I'm curious how aggressive we play around this Otacon, because Cassio is going to melt whatever she sets her sights on.
Yeah, and I think at this point, the way they're clearing out vision and setting up, I think they can just start it. Try and see if they can force Winthrop to fight on their terms. Because realistically, I think Winthrop's comp works best if LG are walking into them. I know Ornn can kind of function both ways. Rel can definitely function moving forward. But I think against LG's composition, it's not ideal.
Zeyzal.
Oh, they're going in. Oh, my goodness. Only 35 is knocked up and taken down immediately. This is what we're talking about. Denethor has to use a Searing Charge to get out, but that's it. No support. The bite out of Winthrop University's engage is out of the picture, and it's just in time for the Baron spawn. Maybe. Oh my God, Wilson. What are we doing, brother? He's forced to flash, but LG, they're looking for a little bit more. Petrifying Gaze is going to slow people down. The call of the Forge God means nothing. But the shutdown is coming through. We're getting the resets maybe that they're looking for. But no, Wilson is denied. He's taken down. It's a double for Tactical. He's looking for more. But LG, they sweep Winthrop off the map.
This Cassio, these solos too big, and Zeyzal made it look too easy for his team. As I know he's got the secret agent score in 007, but there's been nothing sneaky about these engages. It was just a really sound angle from Zeyzal onto Wilson, and then a great headbutt to keep him away from that soul he could have reset off of. As the play started with picking off only 35, now he's the only one around the Baron looking for the prevent, but I gotta believe there's nothing he can do here as this Baron looking to fall over to Luminosity Gaming.
And a big buff and a nice injection of gold coming through for Luminosity Gaming. And one thing I want to highlight too, you got to love the confidence, recognizing that they have an angle. 4 people burned Flash, and it was all going forward, baby. Now that they have this Baron buff, they're going to show up, they're going to keep farming, and I think now we're at this position where Winthrop, this game just got exponentially more difficult for them.
Yeah, it's a nice angle here from Zeyzal, but only 35. Just too far up, gets grounded in the game, and also quite figuratively by the big boys here in LG. Now the back half, like Wilson looking around for this, yes, you want to take the red buff, but he just opens up an angle where it's too easy for Tomio Zeyzal to get on top of him. It's a point-and-click stun into a really easy chain knockup, and love the aggression from Insanity to push forward, understand the lead that he had on his shoulders, and was really big in that fight. He is down Flash, though, now, and there's a real ability to outrange the Cassio.
Yeah.
If you are able to set up like a Call of the Forge God in the bullet time, but at the moment, Winthrop, they don't realize at all if LG's on top of them on the map.
Now they know.
Winthrop have a lot of ground to make up here. That's quite scary as they're about to go through Insanity.
They're going to walk into a bush, though. Tomio and Insanity are there. If they're going to look for it, it has to be now. Denethor's calling the Forge God. Here comes the Ornn horn. It's going completely left field. I'm going to assume that was a misfire, but it's one that they're not happy about. But it's okay. Only 35 is going in. The bullet time is coming out, but the damage just isn't there. You're going to see Denethor petrified. You're going to see Denethor killed. And Zeyzal just can't go down. No reset in sight for Winthrop.
Well, the collegiate team ends up getting routed. Nice guess there on the charm from Sword. Does net a cleanse, but still, Winthrop, they can't play this. They actually have to at least channel the recalls, and these recalls are getting canceled. This game might end at 6 grubs.
Not exactly how we expected. Yeah, that is it. They're just going to stall them out. Zazel's going to give his life for it. Only 35 is not enough to make it happen. And Tomio's going to fly in to help secure the win. Luminosity Gaming are going to take this series in a 2-0 fashion.
Well, anticlimactic there at the end as LG, they cut Winthrop off and routed them as that game kind of came to a bit of a crash and burn at the end there, Beat, but it still was 2 really controlled and sound games coming out from Luminosity Gaming as they really looked like the behemoths and the LTA rejects we've pitched them as in this league.
Absolutely. I think it's just been, honestly, especially in the second game, very clean, very deliberate, and very skillful that we've seen from this Luminosity Gaming roster. It is what we expect, but it is still very nice to see. So we got to give them their props, give them their congratulations as they just continue to keep themselves up at the top of the standings.
Yeah, and again, it's one where like LG early on in this split, they've already taken on Near Airport. They've already taken on Dark Zero, right? So it really is the field that is left for them. And I know that the series were very close against those 2 teams. They squeaked out a victory against Near Airport, did a drop 0-2 to Dark Zero, but still against the rest of the teams, it's a real opportunity for LG to really show their class. And they did so in this series.
They sure did, Matt. And with that, that's going to be the end of this series. We're going to throw it to a short break as we set up an interview with Tomio from the winning side of Luminosity Gaming. So don't go anywhere. Interview right after this break.
I'm not sure. I've had so many embarrassing, bad games that I feel bad about. So, I don't know if there's a specific moment that comes to mind. I've played for too long to know, which one is the worst. Yeah, well, some mechanical mistakes, you miss a blitzcrank cook in front of you, right? That stuff happens all the time, and etc.
Okay, I don't really remember the games, but it would be probably my first split when I joined FlyQuest Academy at the time, and I was playing very bad at the first half of the split, so I guess that would be the timeline that, when I look at it, I was like, oh, I was so bad. It's probably the nerves, It was, also one of the first years I came to the United States, so everything changed.
I mean, obviously, I think the first one that comes to mind is when I threw the game against Crown's Victor in Season 6. That one is probably the one that I get made fun of the most for. Also, this one, I feel like people don't think about too often, but occasionally it does get brought up. I TP'd back, but I couldn't find BF Sword in the base or in the shop, so I TP'd back to lane with 1300 gold and didn't buy, and I think that was Season 10, and that was crazy embarrassing. After that, I was like, wow, I really gotta figure out the shop better, because that was just terrible. I had 4 seconds to find BF Sword, and I somehow couldn't. So those are probably my top 2. Damn, that was really bad.
Probably when I give someone a pentakill, honestly, for the last kill.
When I was in high school and I was like Masters GM in high school, and then we were doing a small 1v1 tournament in between people who played League, and then I lost to the silver player, and then I don't know, it was just so bad because the next day I got to school and people were just trash talking me, and I was like, okay, I was getting a lot of little birds next to me just chirping, and it was really really bad. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. We're watching the highlights of Luminosity Gaming finishing off what I gotta say was a stellar victory from them overall against Winthrop University. 2-0 finish, nice and clean gameplay, and really good team fighting coming out from the squad.
Really not too much to say about this series. This LG were the expected favorites and really came out in control of both games. Really would have felt like there. Really well played by LG in this series. It felt like they were just much better at executing the comp that they had on the Rift, and really made good use of the 6-grove advantage they found in both games to make sure that these games were clean.
The experience and skill really just speaks for itself, especially when you watch the gameplay. And while these players on Winthrop University, they're definitely not rookies. They're not new to competitive play by any stretch, but it just really shows you, these players from Luminosity, they've been at the highest level in North America, and while we do call them the LTA rejects, they've never been rejects at the Tier 2 level, and they continue to show that every single match.
They've only been the players to beat at this level. I continue to prove it here today, and really outside of Tomio getting picked a couple times in this game, again, those were really the only moments where this game looked close, as it was all LG besides that.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I was about to say this last clip. I don't know if we need to watch that one again. It was very difficult to watch Winthrop being denied from their own base, which was really tough. But it was good stuff overall from Luminosity Gaming. And while Winthrop, they tried their best, but again, these are one of our top 3 teams in the league. They continue to prove time and time again why we dubbed them so, and that's kind of all there is to it.
And I like the fact that we're seeing Luminosity Gaming get, I guess, somewhat creative with what they're playing. We've seen the Casio band away from Insanity. It was good to see him pilot it, though. The great success in that game. Besides that, I feel like Fake God still is someone that has been a bit slept on, of course, at this level, but continues to be just a really strong, rock-solid top laner for this team. And LG put together a couple rock-solid victories in order to make it a pretty easy 2-0 series.
Right, and it's been just really clean overall from everyone top to bottom on the side of Luminosity Gaming. Again, really just showing why we have such high expectations for them, and it makes it more exciting to continue watching them throughout the league, throughout playoffs, which I'm pretty sure that they will be able to qualify for. We are getting word that, of course, the MVP of the match was Tactical. Sorry you gave that whole spiel about Fake God only for someone else to win, but you were right. It's okay. The Tactical just also played really well.
I think I would have given my MVP over to Insanity with the impact that he had on both games, but obviously Tactical, really solid play from him. I like seeing that first kill he found in the back half, had some nice Ezreal mechanics as he threw out the Q and then got the Sheen proc on the auto to actually kill MF after the barrier came out. So I know we didn't catch that one on live, but seeing that one in the last replay was kind of nice from Tactical, is using everything he can to find leads. And again, a really solid 2 games from him. Used his lead and economy on the Corki to really snowball things in game 1, and then that game 2 found that early kill on MF and didn't look back on the Ezreal. So good to see some solid play from Tactical, as it was a part of a very slow and steady and controlled win for Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, slow and steady, I think, is a pretty accurate way to put it. Not the most amount of early game action that we're kind of used to or kind of hoping for, especially when we're casting here in Tier 2, but it was still a fun series to watch nonetheless. But without further ado, we do have our interview ready to go, so we're going to welcome Tomio to the broadcast any second now. Tomio, thank you for joining us. Congratulations. I just want to say really quick on a very clean victory overall against Winthrop University. All right.
Oh, it's on? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you, man. What's up?
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, congrats on the first. Congrats on the win. First thing I want to ask you about is being a player who's just coming from the LTA North very recently, and being a player who has very high expectations around him in terms of talent in the fan base. Do you feel pressure to perform, especially with a roster like the one that you're playing on, or does it just not matter? You're like, I'm just here to play.
For me personally, not really. I don't feel too much pressure, as I played in 2023. I already played from remote, and I already know how it is, and I'm already used to things. and the level of play. So to me, it's just playing League of Legends in the end of the day.
Yeah,
It's kind of
well,
same old, in my opinion. For me,
And you
at
say
least.
same old, same old. It's really just good to see you playing every week here, Tomio. As of course last year had that sub position with Shopify Rebellion, only played a few series in the summer. What were some of the biggest learnings that you had last year? Spending most of your time in that sub position, and how do you feel like it's really buffed up your play this year as we're seeing you compete every week yet again?
I'd say one big thing I learned is for sure when you move up as a rookie or a new player, that one thing coming back to tier 2, maybe learn that you should never lose yourself as a player and change too much, because I think if you're not able to think for yourself in and out of the game, then you would just be kind of lost. And I'd say some of that I've lost after competing, I'd say in LTA last year, and taking a step back made me realize that I'm the player that I know who I am and what I should be doing. And in general, your confidence should always be up. I think when you try to change too much or come in to learn a lot of things, you still should be the same person or player, I'd say.
Cool, and kind of on that note too, I remember a few years ago talking to Zazel when you were playing for Disguised, how a big thing you were working on was, being confident, bringing your voice to team comms, especially when leading things up in the early game. Are you still that kind of player? Now I know you're playing with a lot of the same people, but do you still feel like you can kind of take charge? Do you make plans? Do you help your team kind of move forward in that early game? Or what's the shot calling role system like on your team?
Yeah, I'd say this year it feels very similar to the last time I played in NACL. Usually I have more of a say in early game and plan, because the season is the early grubs.
Yeah.
There's all these random swaps, and it's kind of important to have a big voice and what you want to do. So feels the same. My role is the same as before. And I think the planning helps a lot, because it gives us direction for fighting or for giving an objective. So I think if I don't have that voice, then somebody would have to fill in for it, and I think that's kind of bad, because everybody needs to focus on their laning.
True.
Well, hey, that direction looked good in this last game. And Tomio, last question that I have for you, just the fact that as Luminosity Gaming, you guys have really played the consensus other two top teams early on in the season, and both Near Airport and Dark Zero. With those teams out of the way, we saw you really take care of business today against Winthrop. Does it really change things up for you, just the fact that you are not facing those two opponents until playoffs? Does that enabled you guys to take a step back and maybe work on some of that big picture stuff, or test out new picks, feel a little bit more liberal with what you're able to bring to the Rift? How does that kind of change things up, just knowing that in the single round robin that your stiffest competition you've already gotten out of the way?
I'd say, to me, and I think the team, we didn't really care too much of who we versed. I think one thing that we're focused on is how we play on the actual matches and trying to replicate it from scrims, because for example, in scrims, everybody's willing to take a risk and fight. And coming into last week, or last match, and this match, we came with the mindset that we should just play and look to fight everything. If you fight in scrims a lot, we look to fight on the matches, because in our previous match, we didn't really fight that much, or we didn't play so loosely. And I think it's good that we get this started, because in our first matches we were playing a bit too passive or safe, or we said that ourselves. And now that we're picking some champions like Vi and I guess Pantheon, we can kind of like pull the trigger ourselves, and that gives us more confidence.
Cool. So really quick before we let you go, Tomio, I wanted to ask if you had any shout outs, just to say, team, friends, whoever.
I'd say probably the only shout I'll give is to my teammates and my team. You know, we're trying to improve as much as possible and get better as a team, whether on the real matches it looks ugly or not. And I think we're kind of happy how this week went, even if it wasn't clean, because it's a big improvement from our previous matches, and they've been willing to improve. Everybody's being open-minded and willing to get through the gutter, if I would say so myself. If that makes sense.
It definitely does. Appreciate that one, and appreciate you taking the time to interview with us, Tomio. Thank you so much, and congratulations again on the 2-0 over Winthrop University. And that's going to be it, as it comes back to just me and Cubby.
Good games, man. Good to see you playing. Yeah.
Yeah. We're just going to go ahead and yoink our
Thank
camera
you.
space back any second now.
Have a good one.
Hey, you too, man. Thank you. And that's it, Matt. That was our first series, as now, you know, we're more appropriately sized on the screen. Well, do you have any final thoughts on this series before we start moving on to the next one?
No, I mean, just good to see Tomio competing with his score again, and glad to see that he plays with a lot more direction and conviction on the Rift than some of those answers, you know, where he just kind of kept stretching on as Tomio does. But anyway, no, of course, good to see him competing. Tomio, a jungler that, again, the last two splits that he has competed in NACL, he has been the victorious jungler.
That's right.
Trying to do so again with some stiff competition. This split was a good look for LG, and now we'll see if version 2 of the former LCS behemoths versus collegiate squad goes differently this time around, as we've got Supernova going up against Near Airport later on today, starting right now.
I was about to say later on is right now, Cubby, as we're about to take a look at the Near Airport roster. No, it was a good job. I appreciate the pullback. And this is another one of the top 3 teams that we keep talking about with an insane amount of talent and also pedigree when you look at some of the successes these players have had back when it was still called the LCS.
Yeah, no, I mean, referencing an older era. I'm not even talking about these guys in LCS, just the fact that we have suit jackets going to an airport. That feels like a past era of the world. But no, I honestly, for this team, yes, we saw them slip up against Luminosity Gaming. Yes, you know, we have seen them, you know, not put together the cleanest series, you know, going to 3 with CCG in a close one. But man, we saw them earlier this week really take care of business on the Rift, going up against a young team in Conviction. And they made that team look so goofy on the Rift. I think going back to the drawing board with some of the strats they had. I mean, again, we saw Tactical playing this like Tristana plus meatball composition.
Right.
I love yoinking that for Double Diff because, you know, historically Double Diff on Tristana has been a pretty winning formula.
That's right.
So good to see him get off at least a couple of the utility picks where I don't think him and Bio were landing or playing the best into that carry pick where he played and landed really well into Conviction and made that a very convincing win for Near Report and the team.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about their opponents in Supernova. Of course, this is the Old Miss roster picked up by the organization. And, you know, a lot of players who we also are very excited about. We talk about the history of Keel in this Tier 2 scene and how good he's been the last couple of years. Shogo, a player who we've been very excited about for joining the league. And for this team that kind of struggled overall to really get the ball rolling at the start of the split. In their most recent match, this team and Shogo in particular really popped off.
I mean, the week 1 performance with Supernova going 0-2 was a surprise. They didn't look good. Supernova was not happy about how they looked, but they went back to the drawing board, played much better in their last series, and we'll see if that can continue against Near Airport today. And I'm excited about that bot lane matchup beatdown because Shogo was a player that, and Double Dip was asked in his last interview, you know, who do you think could be good? And Shogo was immediately the person that came to mind. A lot of respect for Shogo and solo queue. I know there was a world where if Double Diff decided not to compete on this Near Airport roster, it could have been Shogo in that marksman position. So to speak about mutual respect from Double Diff, always a good thing for Shogo. And this is a team that really lives or dies by Shogo and playing through him in the bot lane. So we'll see if this Supernova Ole Miss squad can do so against Double Diff and Biofrost today.
Yeah, that's right. And this Supernova squad, when they were competing as Old Miss, I mean, Shogo in particular has just had such great performances overall. So that bot lane matchup, not just for the story reasons, but also just in terms of how important they are to both of their teams is going to be really exciting as well. I think the thing I liked most too about Shogo was pulling out the Aphelios, which is something we see very little of these days, but I think in the right circumstances, super viable.
I believe he played it in the Lucian. It was a really good pick in that game.
It was Lulu, right, as well?
Yes.
As support?
Yeah, Aphelios, Lulu, him and Rhino played that one really well. And I know we're talking about how the fact that, again, this is a team that really plays through Shogo, how that might be difficult to do in the double diff. But for me, I think the key for Supernova today is to really have their solo laners step up. Both Stray and Asila, as a part of that week 1 0-2, just didn't really have the strength that was necessary to win games at this level. We saw them play much better in their last series, and I think that they're going to really have their hands full today as both TF Wade and especially Pobelter for me, man.
Yeah,
Pobelter's been
100%.
playing so good in this league, drawing the Azir ban very much warranted against him. Again, a player that has always garnered respect on the ladder. He's always been streaming, active, playing multiple accounts in Challenger, and to see him competing again at this level, really seeing the class and pedigree that he brings into the mid lane as not just someone that was a great player in eras past, but is still a great player now. So it's been good to see.
It's amazing to see that longevity on players, especially who have such a long historical career as Pobelter, and of course Double Lift as well there in the bot lane. So it is cool to see, and it is exciting because of the picks he's willing to bring out from time to time. But speaking of picks, we're already well in the way with this draft. You mentioned the Azir ban, a little unorthodox but valid into Pobelter, and we've already seen a lot of champions come through.
Yeah, and Vesa Skarner being taken, so a lot of control for Ole Miss, and gotta say that Corki being grabbed, a bit of a deny from Shogo, who has been really pioneering this new, I'd like to call it the forever on the map build with the BT and the Essence Reaver on Corki, who does have some nice AD and crit scaling after a lot of the changes being made. But that Ambassa Skarner being answered by Spica's Lilia, and of course that Corki deny, which can go into the hands of Double Lift or Pobelter in the mid lane, as we're going to round out the first round of picks with an Ahri being grabbed. Beat, I see you a little bit puzzled about that one, and I got to say I'm with you.
Yeah, I feel like it's really difficult. I mean, if you have a jungler with a lot of CC like the Skarner, there is definitely that pair-up potential like we've seen with the Vi, Xin Zhao, and things like that in the past. But, I mean, when you're playing into something like Lilia, Corki, I'm kind of hoping for something with a little more punch in terms of damage. And I'm kind of surprised to see the mid lane picked so early as well, just because of how important I think mid push has been with a lot of these early jungle matchups.
Yeah, Ahri can always grab that push blind, but would almost love to see I'm really interested to see what kind, like they're throwing bans to support, I feel like, so that they guarantee that the bans hit as they take away both Rakan and Karma, but I'm really curious to see if they maybe put that Corki bot to play something like Ryze mid. A pick that Pobelter has been really willing to pull out, and I know it would be double AP with the Lilia. That empowered Rune Prison against Ambassa Skarner Ahri could be really nice and really opening up space for the Lilia, the Jax, and even defending yourself from Skarner East too, which is something that Ryze does uniquely well. So we'll see if that ends up being a pivot. Throwing that Corki bot at the moment with that Lilia showing mid. Gotta believe that increases the odds that we do see that Corki mid for Pobelter. As Jin's locked in for Shogo, and I gotta say, not exactly a Shogo champ and not exactly what we were expecting here, B-Town.
Not quite, especially with how much we tout Shogo as the hyper carry for this team.
Alistar Kai'Sa's gotta be the pick now. And I think if it's Alistar Kai'Sa for near airport, that really puts Supernova in the hole in this draft.
Yeah, because my immediate thought, even with Ambessa, who is a bit more of a damage-oriented top laner, I'm still kind of concerned about the damage numbers here for the side of Supernova. And, it could be the Ryze that you hinted at, and there you go. I mean, it does play well into this champs like Skarner and the Ambessa.
The second prediction was off, but I got the first one right.
Okay. Yeah, so it still counts.
With that.
Wide net.
Will be that Ryze mid again. We really like the strength of this pick into that top side, and I gotta say, Maokai support, this is a Rhino special. He likes playing this one in the Alistar. Nature's Grasp and the scaling of Maokai, always nice, so all levels are good, but I just do not see the damage on this Supernova squad, and I think it's gonna be really difficult to get through what Near Airport has. I just don't know how you get through the Jax Alistar in this draft. I feel like Near Airport, I know that Double Diff was a bit bummed about some of the drafts they had against CCG. I think they're going into this one with Croissant and the rest of the boys having a big up going into this game, as I just do not know how the Jhin, Ahri, Ambessa, which takes time to get going, is going to get through this Jax Alistar front line, even with the Ryze too that's being presented by Near Airport.
it feels like Supernova going into this game one, they have this really narrow window of strength that they need to capitalize on. I'm thinking like this one item mark where, yeah, okay, now this is kind of the peak of what your comp is going to be able to do versus near airport. Because on the other side here, like later into the game, I mean, we're talking Ryze, Lilia, Jax, Corki, and there's a lot of these members are going to be stacking health. Bifrost is playing Alistar, who's very tanky. Like, how is Ahri Jhin going to get through anything past like 15, 20 minutes?
And frankly, that is where my head's at, right?
Yeah.
And I think that, you know, you even throw in some of the scaling that you have, like Ryze scales really nicely through the game. I'm really happy that Pobelter's playing this into Ahri, because I've seen a lot of Ahri picked into Ryze, and this is just, it's not a good matchup. Like,
no.
But this is very Ryze favored. You have the option to play into Ahri pre-6 with that powered root prison. You can match the push of Ahri. You can't get one shot by Ahri later on because you stack enough health and shields between the Roa and the Seraph that you just can't be removed off the map as solo. And the only way to really beat Ryze is to outrange, out-interact it, which can be done by Supernova in this game. But again, we don't see the damage there to really back up the range and control this comp can bring, which is why we're concerned.
And it's hard too because you pointed it out. Ryze plays uniquely well into the top side of Supernova, and that kind of a top side that's trying to go all in there. So the fact that the empowered Rune Prism from Pobelter is going to be so uniquely powerful, it makes it that much harder for Supernova to outrange, out-interact, even though that's necessary.
Well, let's just take a look at all three lanes. Do have mirrored clears from our jungler. Spica, of course, did go for the AoE camps first on the Lilia, pretty standard, but mirrored clears will be nice in terms of protecting him, making sure that this first clear nice and safe for Lilia. And might be difficult for Keel to actually get involved. Because again, the lanes that you can visit, I think it's really tough to visit mid, because you're likely just going to get empowered Rune Prison, and then Pobelter gets the phase rush and walk away. And top, you have Jax that can jump away. And then bot, I guess Alistar you can kind of catch and grab, but being pushed under turret against the Jhin Malachi at the moment brings the airport bot lane not under threat. So if it's a farm fest early, it should be good for Spica, who, of course, after 2 clears, will really get rolling through the jungle as Lilia.
And it gets harder too because when we talk about early objective options, we've said it many times and we've seen it many times. That first spawn of grubs, and grubs in general, Lilia clears them out exceptionally fast. And unless you have a really strong early skirmishing composition, it's really hard to deny a lot of those grubs from her. That's why I think we're seeing Stray trying to trade and get the best advantage that he can, because you got to imagine, otherwise, Keel's not going to get anywhere near these grubs.
Yeah, both top laners trading really heavily. Spica is on this side of the map if he wants to have an impact, and will at least hit the plant, see that he might be spotted on a ward. And you got to imagine it's going to be a quick recall for him, because he really wants to go to, or quick recall or a walk away. He really wants to get his respawn Raptor. He says, looking for the early super clear on Lilia, take those respawn bot side camps and be out on the map after that. Meanwhile, Keel does take that base now, has a giant spell to his name, and we'll see if he wants to make any moves here.
Yeah, and I think Spica is just very empowered to go for the super clear, just because you called it out. Keel doesn't really have any lanes to effectively attack. He doesn't have to worry about very much.
Here,
but I think it's too late. Yeah. Right? Can we look at the jungle? Oh,
yeah, no,
he's getting in there.
Yeah, Spica's at 33, so he got the whole camp. Everything's gone in favor of him, and Keel ends up skipping over that respawn Krug and comes up empty as Stray.
Oh, that's a solo kill. Wow. TF Blade, nicely done onto the top laner of a Supernova. Honestly, I was kind of holding my breath because I didn't think it was going to happen, but...
there is an option for Stray to maybe trade flash for flash away, get out of the Counter-Strike stun, doesn't take it, and ends up going down. Talked about how one of these solo laners to really try and step up, how that could be a challenge for Supernova today, going up against the strength of TF Blade and Pobelter.
Yes.
And TF Blade got hands on his Jax, B1'd it, and ends up coming up with a kill right off the bat. That's big.
Yeah, it's really nice to see it. Jax paid off so early like that, because it only gets easier for you as time goes on in very, very many top lane matchups. At Biofrost, double pulverize is going to force the flash from Shogo and the barrier,
boy.
but unfortunately, there is no way he's going to walk out of this one. Only thing that matters is if Double Lift could get away, Cleanse and Flash traded. But at the end of the day, both AD carries will drop.
Flash necessary to get the kill on the double diff cleanse. He might want that on back because he was melting down regardless, but still, kill goes over to double diff. Now we're going to have to see, does he steal the Shogo tech and use it against him? And the answer is yes, beatdown.
Okay.
As he's going to be going for that AD build on the Corki, going to build that Shogo has been really popularizing over here on the server, and one that has some value, especially when you are into poke or into a short-range composition where, and really, as Corki, you feel like you're going to be able to auto for most of the fights here. That sometimes is rare playing the Corki, so I like the fact that Double Lift's going for this. I like the fact that he has rotated up to the Grubs. As first one, smoted away by Spica.
Yeah,
He'll going to get the
trouble.
second, and he'll get out, hopefully. Yep. It's going to
Okay.
be a 2-for-1 trade.
So it is something. It is a big deal, I think, to take away a Grub from Lilia and be able to live to tell the tale. So that's something at least Supernova can be kind of happy about. But the
This is
problem
hard,
they're running into, Stray is in trouble. He's low health.
Oh,
Public
Stray.
execution to save his life. Really nicely done. TF Blade is forced to back away. But the rest of NA are here under the turret. But you can see it, Supernova.
Sloppy.
Yeah, the turret is too strong. This is season 15, everybody. You just can't do it fast enough. So instead, it's Supernova who walk away trading up.
For now, Rhino.
Oh, Pobelter's here, the Realm War, but this is a little too exciting. Hey,
Get out.
Pobelter uses the phase rush to get away. Oh my god, these health bars are so low! But Double Lift actually,
Oh, no.
in the end, after
Spica's
a big
gonna
slog,
get
turns it,
washed.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh
Oh.
my god. Spica is bowling, and he's hitting a strike because NA are not
Ari?
done yet. Asyla can't quite make it happen. He will trade one. Hold on a second, he's resetting.
Alt.
But the ult is going to get him away. Are you
Multiple
kidding me? We're
lockdown?
still not done
Oh.
fighting. The CC chain from near airport means they are going to come up big time.
The forever fight goes near Airport's way. I will give Stray credit at the start. It was a really nice public execution to get him out of harm's way, but
Yeah.
the answer just wasn't fast enough from Supernova, and you can still see some of the positive interactions they get later on. Lilia was able to ramp through that fight, as well as the fact that Rise, that empowered lockdown onto the Ahri, you had a couple charges of that Spirit Rush left that were just unable to be used because of the chain CC coming out from Pobelter and Spica. But did Dink 6 is, I don't know when we're going to get this replay started. Again, Stray, really nice public execution here. I don't know if he meant to find Spica, but did end up finding Spica in the end. TF Blade goes down to Keel in the back half. Double Diff trying to get involved. Him and Biofrost tank up a lot, so it was a really heavy HP advantage that was really equaled out early on in this fight, in this skirmish. But the round warp from Pobelter, he gets in here first, and it ends up being the big difference as they lock down Stray, get him low enough where he ends up falling in the back half. And really everyone else was able to sneak out of this. Like the fact that they chased for Bio, I think, was the big mistake. Supernova just need to really count their blessings that they got out that early, that soon, with only losing as much as they did. But the continuous fight, the continuous commit to at least try and save this play is what bit them in the end.
Yeah, you see Pobelter flash to avoid the charm, and that is what ultimately caused Double Lift to fall. But you mentioned it, again, this is kind of that danger of blind Ahri, but we gotta go back to live. TF Blade is in trouble, but again, the dive just doesn't quite work. Keel in the end with the Impale will secure the kill, but it was costly.
I mean, when a 4-for-1 happens like that, then you get opened up on the other side of the map is Stray trying to hold this one where he can.
Yeah, they got the CC onto him. The trample stack is going to come out as well. So another kill over to near airport. I mean, I call this a win on both sides.
The Grubs being up does mean that near airport's going to push through that top tower faster, and frankly, it's a win for near airport because in the 1v4, TF Boy was able to trade 1-for-1, right?
Yeah.
Stray going down means that he's still as far, if not more far behind than the Jacks. So yes, Ocean Dragon going down. It's a nice consolation prize for Supernova, but I think you'll take the first brick and feet secured for near airport.
Yeah, not really a conversation. I will take that deal. Would you take that deal, Cubby?
Yes.
No, you're supposed to say I would take that deal, but that's okay.
I will take that deal.
There you go. Good man.
Thank you, Sharks.
Yeah, there it is. And, well, I mean, NA have been sharks so far in this early game. They're already at a 3K advantage, as we're going to see the start of this bottom dive again.
Asai was rotating down. He didn't have a wave in, so I guess this play is available, but for me, it's just Rhino starting with the W is the mistake, because it just guarantees that he gets locked up by the tower. If he was able to start with a Q and then W to Jax later on, maybe you can at least buy more space to get out of the tower. Like that Q has that micro knock where you might be able to get, like push him out of the tower range, and then of course have that W to reset our aggro. Wasn't available that time as there were no teammates around, but you have to return live to Supernova. They have grouped up as 5 in the mid lane. Spica trying to snipe down a couple of these grubs. One smite used by Keel. Spica has his up, so I gotta believe it's gonna be another 1-for-1 trade, but they're doing that job pushing them off as 5. We'll actually take the grubs 4-2, so a good bully ball coming out from Supernova. Will only cost Stray his TP to go catch on the bot side, but grouping up, a good play to secure 4 grubs for them.
Honestly, not a bad response coming through here. Stray even gets a pretty nice trade onto TF Blade, but Supernova now, they have the option to get some real turret damage in, but TF Blade, Grandmaster's challenge gonna come through just to ensure that he's gonna be able to get the wave in, but not just that, double lift is here. Oh my god, so many people are here.
We're gonna to follow as Stray, well played.
He is still alive. Public Execution is going to save him, but it's tough. Biofrosty's got his sights set up, and he has the ultimate ready to go. There is the trade, and Unbreakable will or not. The curtain call will mean Shogo picks up his first kill of the game. So Supernova, respond quicker this time.
Another good stall by Stray. I know that he looks very behind on the leaderboard. He is, but the last 2 plays that have been attempted onto him, I think he's played his way out of it about as good as he can. Once the play comes in, these trades still not positive for him earlier on, but at least they were able to get double lift off the map there in the chain of plays. So Supernova comes out on top. They're going to take a dragon for themselves. While all this was going on, it pretty much is just Pobelter handshaking top waves. So a good play for Supernova. Punishing Near Airport and getting a small win for themselves is ended up being an overcommit on the play for Near Airport.
Yeah, and it does secure Supernova some gold. They are able to kind of flex the grubs that they've picked up too to take that turret down, but it's tough. I think we got to remind people that Supernova's comp is very difficult to play at this moment and even more difficult later on. So the fact that Near Airport do get the trade and keep this wave, still not boding great for the Supernova squad.
Well, it wasn't exactly a ringing endorsement there of the SN comp when it's hard now and harder later on is
yeah. I was not meant to endorse it, but oh, the 3-man in Pale. I think I can endorse that one pretty happily, but the follow-up just isn't there. The Lilting Lullaby to secure it. And yeah, Biofrost is rooted, but he's in no danger.
Doesn't matter, as again, we're just really concerned about Supernova, the damage throughout this game, as it is a very low damage comp they have drafted. And being behind like this against Near Airport, I'm not going to see a ton of plays they're able to make on the Rift as a TF Blade. I mean, he's going to be chased off that turret, but was able to at least get a play down. I just don't really know what the options are going to be here for Supernova. Because, like, you can't play into the Rise. I mean, he's too tanky and has that Realm Warp to get out. Pobelter's in really good shape right now. I don't think you can play into the Jax at the moment either, as TF Blade has that Trinity Force down. They've had some success doing it, but it has been a little bit of Near Airport playing a little bit too quickly around that Jax that has really led to the errors and the deaths of the Corki and the Jax. So I don't exactly know what the game plan or the play available for Supernova is here.
It's hard because it largely involves a whole lot of grouping, and Near Airport are like, hey, sure, man. Group, we'll just soak up the play and we'll have Pobelter, we'll have TF Blade in a side lane collecting gold, collecting plates, and it's just gonna continue to grow this lead. Because if you look at the CS of these solo laners, especially in the top lane, there is a big lead growing because of the plays Supernova, because of the plays their comp necessitates.
Oh. I mean, we'll see if Supernova can prove us wrong as this one goes on beat. As again, I don't see a world where Lilia like doesn't run away with this game at 3 items, or where Rise isn't able to run away with this game at 2 items. So for me, it's just Supernova have to try and make plays now and get some gold in their shoulders so that they can throw their weight around and survive the fact they are going to be down damage. But with the handshakes and things being kept mild here for Near Airport, I think it's very beneficial for them as they're going to look to have a collapse come in here. 5 members grouped up Near Airport as we have a dragon on the map, and both teams starting to look at it.
Yeah, but it's Near Airport who have that map set up already in such a strong position with double lift. He's got that second item, the Essence Reaver, there to build that Shogo has popularized, and because they're there first, there's just no way to walk into Supernova. You'd think, even with Rhino playing the Maokai, being able to walk in his teammates with the ultimate, that they could do something. But again, the comp is just so much lacking in damage. As we do see Stray get away, the teleport is coming through, so it is just going to be a turret for turret trade when that next wave comes in.
I mean,
but it's
this
tough.
push is slow. They're actually calling it off. So the TPs both burned by Supernova for absolutely
that's
nothing.
not good.
And near airport taking stuff on the other side of the map. And again, this is kind of what happens in. We've seen near airport for me go up against some of the better teams in NACL so far. Like they dropped Luminosity Gaming, right? They were very competitive against CCG. Those are two of the stronger teams that we have. They haven't faced Dark Zero yet, which is really the match that everyone else has circled on their calendar. As Shogo gets chunked out.
Yeah,
But-
that's two-item Corki.
Yeah, again, Supernova, not exactly the same class as those teams, and a team that has
Right.
been a little bit disappointing at the start of the year. So
I
I think seeing some of the cracks and seeing some of the places where near airport can really heavily punish. I mean, plays like that. 2 TPs burn with 4 grubs to get no turret, and then just have to give up your inner on the other side of the map is pretty
Ooh.
bad. And now we have a Silo just using every charge to get out. Espika doesn't connect with the engagement. It doesn't matter. They forced him off the objective, and that Rift Herald was leashed for near airport.
I will say Double Lip forced the flash because of the curtain call. Impale brings Pobelter closer, but this is the rise. He's pretty tanky, even with Rhino's ult coming through. The damage isn't there, but Stray, he's going in. They gotta get something. Double Lift is out of the picture, but TF Lady's very strong. The sleep is coming through on 4, and Spika's gonna get a kill. TF Blade is gonna get some more, and it's near airport, ripping Supernova to shreds.
Another good public execution from Stray as Supernova backs up against the wall. The public execution is all they have. As they're the ones being executed on the Rift.
Flash Rune Prism, another flash committed because near airport, they're not finished just yet. And they're going to be able to walk away with another kill untraded. I spoke too soon. Asila actually got Biofrost, but still, near
It's a
airport.
trade-up.
That's a trade-up, yeah, true.
Heal going in. I don't know if this is warranted.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Immediately
He's
going
gone.
to lose his flashes. And TF Blade was really the one that was so big in that fight. It was Double Lift who was getting peppered down on the exit.
Right.
Biofrost, he stepped up to tank a Jin R, but that means that the Corki is behind him, so that public execution hits that target that is in the
Right.
back. But again, after that, TF Blade, the re-engage from him. I know that this is the first time that TF Blade has really played Comp 5. Just look at, like, this is good stuff from a top laner, just space being taken and space being created on the back half of this play, because yes, Double Lift, he's the one getting focused down Pepper, gets rooted, loses both summoner spells here. Airport does a nice job of blocking the bullets for Double Lift. Steps up here, though, a little bit of an oopsie from Biofrost, does get Stray in the backline of execution. But look at TF Blade. Counter-strike, pop, flash,
Big
burn.
sleep, too.
Really good. Yeah, the sleep, of course, was a 3-man as well, but even he gets pushed in, is able to stay in the fight, takes down Shogo. So it's 2 kills and then all that space created for his team to recover. That's really good stuff from TF Blade, and just love the fact that he is willing to step up and take that space while he doesn't really exactly have the follow-up from his teammates in the moment, but creates the space for them to reset and find strength and find wins later on in the fight. Really big from TF Blade there to step up and make that play.
I think one thing we talk about, but maybe not often enough, with really skilled players and really experienced teams overall, is this understanding of how to play with your health bars. And I think we've seen that done really nicely here from near airport. We even saw it from Luminosity Gaming in the last series, just getting that maximum use out of your health. And they're looking to do a little bit more as Keel gets the wall bang, but Biofrost is going to ult. Impale goes wide, and this Jin is not damaging anybody. Nature's Wrath is just going to get Supernova out of the fight. But Asila, he wants to go in there. That's a pretty big charm, but Rhino's on his own. He's only level 8, and he just doesn't have the damage. But maybe Biofrost is going to be taken out of the picture. No unbreakable will, so this cow is broken down.
Supernova end up winning the 5v4, the long fight, as TF Blade was taking that top inner turret, so no more inners on the map. 6 being down pre-20. I know it's a kill for Supernova, but it still feels like a win for near airport. As, yeah, Pobelter just taking camps in front of Keel's face. That doesn't feel good.
Yeah, it's like, what you gonna do, Keel? Not a whole lot. As the Hex Gates are gonna allow Pobelter to just go ahead and walk out. He gets the extra level because he finishes stacking his Roa. And it is Ruinous Otacon on the other side of the map. So this is the Blood Rose one. So that would actually be a pretty big deal for NA to get, just because we've seen how impactful that experience from those Blood Roses can be.
Especially, I think you get a little bit more from behind, too, so better if the losing team grabs it Supernova, though, should be kept down and kept behind. That objective is at the moment sight set on the other side of the map. Spica starting to cruise through this Dragon. Supernova fixing their waves everywhere. As, again, we don't really see the way that they were able to get back into this one. I think the saving grace is that Shogo has done a nice job of at least staying up in terms of economy this game.
Right.
And Bess is at 2 items, so maybe ability to take over later, but Jax gets so tanky. Seeker's up for TF Blade. He's going to be a nightmare to deal with in the upcoming fight, and it's still Jhin damage, right? So it takes time for it to come out, and it's not the same DPS you're going to be facing going up against something like this Corki.
Yeah, and that's like we were highlighting before, that's the problem with the Jhin Ahri, just this fact that time, when you have these low damage comps, time is not on your side. The fact that TF Blade can steal away extra seconds with that Seeker's Arm Guard, with the stasis, the fact that Double Lift has the BT and can heal himself up on top of the incredible damage NA does, is why we're so critical of Supernova's comp, especially at this stage of the game. Shogo, you mentioned, he's at a pretty good point, especially when that LDR is up, but it's gonna require a monstrous performance from him to get SN in this.
I mean, even then, he has no cleanse and has to deal with, like, Ryze, Lilia. The ability for Near Airport to just flash on the Jhin if he's really is the only threat to deal with him. Still could be deadly at the moment, dealing with Keel.
Oh! Okay, Swirl Seed's gonna come down, but Spica won't press the trigger on the ultimate, but that damage is tough. Yeah, they forced him away. With how strong they are, we could see an angle where they set up and take Otacon.
Yeah, Pobe steps back, gets the TP off, so that's gonna be a focus on the Otacon. As Keel coming out of base does have the gates, try and close the gap, but this control from Near Airport really sounds so far. Biofrost easily deny, that blast cone going into the pit. Rhino gonna be spotted. Bio should be able to take enough space throughout. Keel porting over. We'll be here in time.
Yeah, maybe he can go for the steal. It's getting really close, but it's going to be secured by Spica, but they are fully sending it here. Damage coming through. The curtain call is open, but TF Blade with the stasis buys time, but that's right. Spica is out of the picture. Double Lift isn't in the picture. Where is this Corki damage? What is going on here? He's trying to finish things off, but unfortunately, he just can't make it happen. And Pobelter, he's going to make the great escape. But the big thing here is the fact that, I mean, yeah, they took Otacon, but Supernova forced NA away from the Roses.
Flowers in relatively split there, so a nice win for Supernova as they pick up some much-needed experience. And the big difference in that skirmish, the fact that Double Lift was pushed out immediately. He had Cleanse, he had Flash. There's a world where he can Velk over that wall to do what he can in the team fight, but opted to not do that, hold on to his Summoner spells, and save them for the upcoming Baron and the Dragon. As again, look at Double Lift, like he has to retreat, he has to respect the space, the TP's coming in. He just never gets himself into this fight. Pobelter did work in the front line. It's not like the Ryze was doing nothing. He has all the damage really here as TF Blade was chunked out early, Spica taken out of the fight early. So he's doing all he can, but Double Lift is just, he never really picks the point where he wants to go in and really make things happen.
I think in his mind, he just feels that the fact that he missed most of that fight means he can't reasonably make something happen. Because we see Shogo, he's full health. Even if Double Lift commits all his spells, all his Summoner spells, I think he falls to Shogo in the end.
I mean, and he gets a 2 for 1 at least. Like, that's minimum.
He does. He does. I think he's just, with how far ahead NA are in general, maybe he just doesn't want to, he can't justify the expenditure.
I think that's the big thing for me, is that he wants the Summoner spells for the Baron and the Dragon coming up here. So playing it cautiously and making sure that he is as strong as he can be for these fights. Again, he is at 3 items here as well, so LDR going to help the cause of the Jhin, but still Infinity Edge for Double Lift will be matched. And again, ability for Supernova to play with a little bit of range against the Corki, and Double Lift actually on a mid-wave that he might not be able to afford is, does lose the Flash pretty much for free. Keel gonna burn his R, but that R should be back up in time for at least the Dragon.
Yeah, I will say, holding the Flash, we can understand the rationale, but having to lose it there, that's a little...
Feels bad.
That feels bad, Not a big fan of that one, but at the end of the day, I mean, his restraint pays off in that regard. He won't have the Flash for the Baron that's spawning in 10 seconds, but you can see NA doing their due diligence. Pobelter's pushing out this bottom wave as far as he can before he starts moving their attention either to this Dragon or towards the top side, because Spica's here. Asila, he might be in trouble.
Yeah, Sila has R, so we'll be able to get out of here, and Spica spotted by one of the saplings. But still, you can see Near Airport in this formation when they are playing their 3 lanes. The Jax and the Ryze just too strong for either counterpart, as Supernova have tried to switch up at least the matchups. Getting the Ori into the Jax will prevent a little bit of pressure off the Ambessa, but not like Ambessa can do anything to the Ryze either. Oh, that's a deep
but right
TP.
now, yeah, Supernova in a bit of
coming in.
trouble. Oh, the damage is coming through. Shogo
Oops.
is
Oh.
put to sleep. Not a whole lot he can really do, and he's going to end up going down. A big move here from near airport. Aspika is going to do so much damage. Double Lift is going to clean it up, and they're pinging the big purple worm cubby near airport. They're going straight to Baron.
I thought Poe played that fight a little quickly, but it's still a 1 for 3 and should be Baron going over. As again, we talked about Shogo. He had no cleanse going into the Lilia, and the Ryze gets punted in that fight by Pobelter, who pretty much trades his life to make sure that Shogo was locked down. As it was a nice TP from TF Blade and a good angle from near airport to get those summoner spells out of Jhin, take him down, and now we'll take down this Baron. As good smite from Spica ensures it goes over to near airport, and near airport continue to build up their lead in this game.
Yes, sitting at 9,000 gold into their favor now. Supernova's chances in this game just get smaller and smaller. The fact that they have the super backs too means, and the hex gates. I mean, NA are going to basically sprint their way over to this dragon, so that's not even an option for SN.
I think Supernova, once they get a glimpse of near airport here, might have to see this one.
Yeah.
As Bio's going to get a ward into the pit. Of course, gets spotted. They know that the crowd was just taken by Supernova. And near airport going to do what they can on the retake. Pobelter is top lane, does have TP to interact, and is casting it now.
Yeah, Keel used the ult over the wall. Pobelter's a little late to the fight, but Stray is in trouble. He's trying to get away. Nature's Grasp to make space, but the insta-cleanse from Double Lift means they're going in. CC down. This Corki and this Ryze are ripping people up, and Spica with the sleep is going to make sure it's night. Supernova. Rhino is next to fall, and Asila, he is spirit rushing his way out of dodge, but I don't know what else he can do other than cut this wave, and I think that's the main reason SN haven't ended the game.
I mean, Speak even going to burn the flash to make sure this Ahri falls. Nothing left in tank for Asila. Some emotes coming out. Ahri going down. A clean ace for near airport as the dragon being looked at by Supernova. Again, keep in mind, it's no summoner spells onto Shogo. And the corral and find from near airport in that fight, just knowing, hey, we can push up when summoner spells are down in this scenario, makes it look too easy for them. Clean ace, and now base being broken.
And broken down big time. 2 inhibitors going down. 3 members will be up very, very shortly. Rhino is already here. So it will cost Supernova their mid and bot inhibitor on top of everything else that they lost. So this game just gets astronomically more difficult for them.
And again, for Supernova, it feels weird because in a way, it almost feels like Stray has been the strongest player this game. Even if it doesn't look like it on the scoreline, like his ability to play defense, actually have a find or two in the fights was honestly a pleasant surprise as we were looking for both the solo lanes needing to step up if Supernova wanted to have a chance in the near airport. But with really Shogo just being cleanseless, it's McHale's now for Rhino, so ability to get out of the sleep or the empowered rune prison, but you could see that impact before that McHale's came in on the mid game. Just the ability for near airport to hunt and find Shogo has really made this mid game too easy for them.
Yeah, and I'm wondering too if Shogo's gonna opt to index into something like the QSS, but for the moment, it's not really going to happen here. As now, near airport, Baron buff is just about to expire. There's only 1 inhibitor for them to look for, but TF Blade, he's looking for a little blood. This Jax is so big. He's buying time for his team with the stasis. He is going to get charmed. A lot of damage down. He's still not going to die. Instead, the sleep is going to set up Pobelter to take down Rhino, and they're full sending it. Supernova have nothing left to play for as near airport are taking them down.
Deadly Flourish finds Spica, but the rest of Spica's team gonna find the base as the minions enter the base.
We're having a little fun. You love to see it. Near airport are feeling good as they dismantle Supernova in this game 1. They want 1 more kill. They want to make this a little harder for them. Pobelter, hey, come on, man. Don't mess with me now. Okay, they made it happen. Near airport take down Supernova.
It's the classic Ryze victory march, you know? You round warp all the creeps into the enemy base, and you get to really bask in your victory, trying to get a few more points for the KDA.
Sure.
But obviously, I mean, at the end of the day, near airport, They have faced already some of the stronger teams in the league, what we expect, and Supernova is still that team really trying to find their footing. Saw attempted plays from Supernova. I just think that draft in the end was so hard for them to play. Like the push, like near report, they win the sides, they can find the angles, and we just saw them getting trapped and corralled across the map. And Comsquare, again, they didn't really have enough damage to be able to threaten anyone from near report, especially once the deficit kicked in.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that we're not ones to really harp on drafts often to say like, oh, this was what made the game so hard. But I think this is one of those few times where we really have to look at the champions and the matchups and how difficult it was for Supernova to play. But that's enough about that. Game 1 over to near airport. We're going to throw it to a short break before we look at some highlights and set up for game 2. Don't go anywhere.
I would say the formation of the team it was not as planned as maybe other teams were. It was really just Spica. He messaged me like a week or two before NACL Open qualifiers it was like the deadline for submitting rosters, and he was like, yo, you want to play in the OQ? And I was like, that sounds like fun, why not? And then we were kind of just gonna figure out like how we were gonna proceed later, but I was like, yo, let me just get the boys together. I just kind of like figured this would be the best roster to be like the NA version of Los Ratones. And we submitted the roster and we ended up playing in open qualifiers. And then once we had made it, we had a discussion about like whether or not we would be able to commit to the schedule, right? Like whether or not like this would be something that everyone could do for like months. And for me, like I really didn't want us to go into OQ, or sorry, for us to go into NACL and just like troll it and just like not really care, not really put in any practice, not really like try. For me, like it would feel really bad to be in a somewhat competitive environment like NACL and just have people not putting in enough effort. So I didn't want to do it unless everyone was committed and down to do it in the right way. That was like a little back and forth that we ended up just discussing, and we all agreed, yeah, this is what we can do. It ended up working out, so we sent it, and we now we're an official NSL team.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. And Matt, it just seems like week 3 has been the week for our 3 best teams in the league, because while Dark Zero has just been pushing the pace the entire time, Near Airport and Luminosity Gaming have been stepping up big time. And Near Airport, they played this game out really nicely.
I know it's been a week where we get 2 series for Near Airport, and I will say that a lot of the things that they have been working on behind the scenes really feels like they've sort of come to fruition on the Rift. I like this draft from them. I thought it was pretty well played for their members. They had a clear way to win and are playing it out really well as a squad. Not really too much to complain about here, as it was really just that one awkward fight around the Onicom where Doublelift didn't join, opted to save his sums for the Dragon, and that was really the only moment where things looked ever so shaky for Near Airport in this game.
Yeah, and ever so possible for Supernova, because besides that, feels like Supernova did not have a leg to stand on. We had questions about their draft going into game 1.
I didn't like it.
I think, I mean, I didn't either, but and I think we were proved right with how this game turned out. Just because, again, a big thing we were highlighting, this lack of damage into champions like Ryze, Alistar, even Lilia, who can stack a decent amount of health. It was just taking too long to kill people. I mean, not to mention even the Jack. So every one of these fights, it felt like there really wasn't a way for Supernova to play them out. And even moments where Shogo could actually be a threat to Near Airport, they identified him very nicely and would commit a lot to take him down.
Again, didn't have cleanse, was really important in that mid game. And I will say, like, bigger picture, I do think it's kind of fun to have fans at least get a glimpse into not just this team, like all the access they're giving to all fans, but also I think fans, like, through this process really get an idea of how teams actually grow. It's oftentimes not a day one, hey, we were able to play the game and off to the races. In fact, I remember day 1 of Near Airport, it was Supernova Ole Miss who they scrimmed, right? And they lost 3-2. They had both 2 different junglers running. It was Keel and Icelandic Hero. I thought Keel played really well on that day. Near Airport were just trying to figure out how to play together and play as a team. And I think that from that moment, from that day 1 to now, and especially what we've been seeing the past couple weeks with Near Airport really starting to scale into the season, fans are getting a glimpse of how a team improves, like that process that they go through to actually, you know, how do we want to play the game? What picks are good for us? Can, like, this player might be really good at this champion in solo queue. Can we make that work on stage? These are all conversations that people are privy to with the team and the content they're putting out. And at least, I don't know the whole process. Like, the fans have way more info than us because we're sitting here casting the games like this. I can't get a glimpse into, like, what Doublelift Bio and that team's, like, saying during the game. However, it has been fun to at least see them improve and see them really put whatever they've been working behind the scenes on, put it into practice. I know a big harping on in the last series against CCG was the fact that Doublelift wanted better drafts. Like, didn't think that they were really set up for success in a couple of the games they had in that series. And I know this game, it really felt like their draft was solid. They were set up for success, and we saw them played out really nicely. So it has been fun to watch. I know it's a team of, you know, established people, the veteran players that have achieved way higher highs at NACL. But it has been fun that we see the process of seeing, you know, that team and players of that caliber still have to go through coming together, figuring out how to play as 5. That's challenges that any team faces, regardless if it's league or something else.
And on the other side, too, I mean, Supernova really struggled in that first game. I know we put a lot of weight onto the draft that they had for those struggles, for good reason, I still believe. But these are players who we've seen some really good performances on individually. I mean, we look at Shogo and Rhino as a bot lane duo. They've had some great performances overall in collegiate. It's worth talking about Shogo's performances. When we first got our eyes on him on UST and they won CLOL, upsetting Maryville in the semifinals years ago, was such a big deal for us as fans watching. And we look at Keel, who in recent history in the NACL never quite won Most Valuable Prospect, but often got a nod and was pretty recently even a 3rd. So he's been playing really well consistently. I think he is a very skilled and intelligent player. Who almost we lost to coaching, but he actually managed to come back and find a team for the split.
Yeah, and at the moment, looks like we're throwing a lot of bans out to try and protect Keel in a potential blind that he's going to play, as Nidalee and Vi both taken away from Spica and Near Airport. We'll see if where that 3rd ban ends up going. I gotta say, with Near Airport especially, my eyes really go towards Varus. A big pick for Doublelift and friends, and he's much more willing to play the on-hit Varus than a lot of other players in this league. So I think that being taken away, quite smart here from Supernova. Or actually from Near Airport, as they're going to deny it from Shogo.
Shogo is a pretty big Varus fan as well. So, everything you said, still correct. Just, switch out the name Double Lift for Shogo. You're still right. And now we're going to see the interesting thing. I was about to say no Gwen to Fury ban so far, but now they create the situation on the side of Supernova. Ban Gwen, you leave up something like the Jace, or if you probably do. But, that's the question. We can pretend it's not obvious,
Again, two of the more common answers are Jax and Bessa. We saw yesterday two Gwen games where Jax was still able to, or was picked into it, and Gwen still took off during the game. And Bessa's the other common answer. So with both those off the board, of course that was the top lane matchup in our last game, Jax versus Ambessa. Gwen ban lands a little bit more true here. Does leave that Jace open though, so we're going to see the Jace Sion trade. We'll see if TF Blade maybe is willing to play that Sion at the top lane.
Yeah, right. I mean, at least this time around, Supernova, they start off the draft really nicely with, most popular top laner on the patch right now in that Jace. Likely going to go into Stray's hands. I'm not sure if we've seen Asila play that one, but, anything is possible. And at this point, too, I was going to say a lot of things are up and available, but this Tristana that we hyped up and saw played so well in our first series, this is a big pick for Double Lift, and you got to imagine he's the one piloting this.
It's now become a big pick for Double Lift after he saw, hey, if Tactical can carry games with Tristana and Meatballs, maybe I can too. As we rely on some classic protected Double Lift, the tried and true strategy for his squad. And with that Azir showing, we know it's Tristana bot, so they don't care about holding that flex. They're just going to pick what's powerful for them. Pobelter's Azir, I posted a clip on Twitter of their last series, that the fight he had in there. That fight I don't know how he could have played that fight better. His Azir has been fantastic. A lot of fans who, of course, have gotten so much more info on this team believe that going up against the airport, this is a must ban, a must deny against Pobelter. With that focus on the Spica, he gets his hands on a champion that he really likes, and we'll see what the answer is. It looks like it's a Talia for Asila, and assuming that we could see Keel grab his jungler now, pool is very deep, so if Shogo really wants to respond to that Tristana, opportunity to actually rarely happens with the drop jungle from this first phase.
Yeah, very possible. You mentioned it. Keel's pool is deep, so there are many options there, and it's looking like, as you called out, they want to go for the Ezreal. I think that mobility is going to be really nice into both Tristana and Azir, and you do have that opportunity to kind of play from range with those Mystic shots. So I kind of like that look. Fits well with the Jason Talia, and it does leave me some question marks on what the response is going to be from near airport, and I'm really interested in what Keel's going to be playing.
Could just be Xin Zhao coming out here for Spica if they want to keep on showing strength. That said, of course, you want to grab that Sion into the Jace. You do need to take that matchup now. So this is a very popular one that we have in pro play at the moment. It's even gotten to the point where blue side is banning out Sion to prompt a Jace ban. Most teams are following up a blue side Sion ban with a Jace ban on red. So TF Blade, of course, not known for this pick in solo queue, but part of playing fives as a top lane or playing fives as a player in general, you got to be willing to sometimes pick for the team. Good matchup in the Jace. Going to take that Sion and take that good matchup and see what he can do as the tank in this game.
Yeah, I was going to say, and you get that meatball that Tristana and Azir so very much love to have too.
You're showing Azir.
You're good.
Sion's fine. Play the Sion. Honestly, it's good this game too, because even Ezreal, he doesn't really want to get Pen as that second or third item in his kit, right? Usually it's to wait till 4. So when you have Sion in that game, a little bit more mileage even out of the pick there.
100%. So that's something that Shogo is going to have to worry about later on into that game. Now we're seeing a couple of bans go through. Jungle's been dropped entirely by both sides. So yeah, Pant ban is a really nice one. Again, you just want to get rid of some of those early game tools, I think, for Spica, just because of how he's going to be able to impact these lanes.
For me, it's not the best poppy game here for Spica, but always something to look out for when you are showing Azir. Actually, throwing out the double support bans might have a pick in mind here for Bio, but likely going to save it for 5. That said, there's not a jungler necessarily showing for Supernova, so it's not like they can't respond to jungle pick. And I will say that Spica's pool much deeper than Biofrost's at the moment. I think Spica, obviously Bio is in school, been very public about that. But it feels like he's kind of playing the comfort in what he was really, really talented on when it came to his time in LCS, whereas I feel like Spica has an ocean. He's even played Sion jungle, going back to OQs to deny this pick away. So I think that I would not be surprised if Bio actually blinded support, even though we would see most people blind jungle, as he will grab that comfort Rakan that he's been very good on, and let Spica have that counter pick and look for maybe another frontliner or someone that Rakan can piggyback off of to get into these fights.
Exactly. And I mean, you already have the Scion to kind of fulfill that role. So I feel like Spica has a lot of different options in what direction he wants to take his jungle pick in particular. And, you know, he has that information now since they dropped it all the way to R5 to put that onus on Keel to see what he's going to go for here. And the Wukong, I kind of like that angle there. Just severely lacking all in, severely lacking CC. And I think this ends up working for him pretty nicely.
Yeah, I mean, something that you can cancel the Grand Entrance coming in, a Zir Dash. Tristana has to be really careful about timing those rocket jump buffers, right? In order to get all these things right. So I will say I like the Wukong pick here. Some tank busting ability too. I feel like what we're just going to see though is pick Sejuani and it's fine. And we have Tristana, Azir, and it's chill. As that's the hover right now from Biofrost, and wouldn't blame him if this ends up being the lock-in for Spica.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably just going to be that Deathball composition where you have your meatballs and you have your two carries in that Tristana and Azir who are so powerful in that later stage of the game. And I mean, you have the Sejuani who can do a lot of lifting, heavy lifting early on to set up plays, to get ganks off, to either relieve pressure, get some of your laners ahead. So I'm kind of feeling pressure for Supernova looking at their draft. It's a lot better than their first one. They definitely have a lot of options to play the game at every level. But if we get to those later games where Scion, Sejuani, very tanky, hard to take down, and Azir and Tristana are at 3-4 items, that's tough.
That's a good call. I mean, it's a true meat grinder if you're walking into Tristana and Azir. That's a lot of DPS that these two can pack. And I don't think they have the chance to keep up with it. And I mean, my real concern is actually just the laning phase even. Jace will have push into Scion, but doesn't necessarily win this matchup. I think the only winning matchup is bot, but Tristana Rakan can at least clear the wave and try and keep that health bar up with those the Q and the Quills. So I think that it's really stable lanes for New Airport. You pair that with the scaling they have. I like this red side draft yet again. I think it's a really clear and easy identity to play out. We're just going to have to see if they can execute it.
And we're going here into our second game. Near Airport take a commanding lead in the first one. They have a chance to put this one to bed with Supernova. They want to stay alive in the series, get their second win of the split. It's going to have to start here, Matt. They need to get the second game win and take us all the way.
And we'll see if Supernova can show more. I think this draft is a little bit more playable than the last game. They have a little bit more direction. Opportunity to really combo with this Talia. The setup from the Rel and the Wukong could be nice. So I feel like last game, Supernova had very few ways to play out the game. This time they have more ways to play it out. It's just so difficult going into the Scion, Sej, and the Azir Trist as the players, the caliber of Pobelter and Doublediff. Again, they get going, they get ahead in this game. These two champions can really take over. So curious to see what kind of looks or where the focus from Keel is. As I think attack bot has to be the go-to here. Take advantage of some of the early strength of Ezreal in this matchup specifically against Tristana. So I feel like that's my gut check for what we're going to see from Keel, but still I think it's going to be a really tough game to execute.
Right, and you can even see Shogo opting for that lethal tempo, very damage-oriented build. And another thing to point out too is that Asila, I think he has the potential to be kind of big in this early game. If Keel can get him out of mid lane, I mean, we know this. Talia can move across the map very quickly with that Weaver's Wall. I think that's another way they can attack that bottom lane, as you highlighted.
Yeah, see if Asila can get moving on the map. Potential there, but still, I mean, this game, we really saw in the last one, Supernova, like how quickly things went, where it felt like Supernova were really reaching for plays. I think the best play they made was actually getting those 4 grubs versus the 2, taking that second spawn of all 3, where they grouped up and managed to catch most of the map afterwards. But you could really see the strength of those side laners that were able to kick in for New Airport in the last game and made that game really difficult if you were an SN fan. So, of course, this game, different draft, different texture. See if SN's able to play a little bit better. As I do think that at least more strength on the Rift and more opportunity to win, but still kind of funny to think 5 junglers were banned out in that last draft beatdown, and that was what was required to get Spica to play Sejuani, of all things, which is still a very strong jungle pick that we have in the meta.
For sure, but I mean, I think we've heard plenty of junglers vocalize their, I don't want to say disdain, but their lack of excitement, their indifference towards playing champions like Sejuani. So it does take a lot.
Usually you don't associate the word duty with fun. Hence being
True.
Sejuani duty being a thing, you know?
Yeah, not wrong. Because now we have our junglers ending up on other sides of the map. Keel not doing what you mentioned, trying to attack that bottom side, but there is a chance that he's going for that full bottom to top clear into Scuttle Crab. Sometimes we see junglers clear away from a lane they want to attack, backspend their gold, and just sprint towards that lane.
That could be an option. I don't think playing in the Scion's an option
Nope.
this game, so kind of why we expected the look bot, but Keel will clear that crab, or get some info, then clear the crab, as the handshake is what we are presented with on the map early on.
Yeah, you can see both junglers just getting some deep wards in, get an idea on where they're going to be on their second clear, and they're just going to go ahead and reset. My eyes are on Keel. While he does have some power in the side lanes, with Stray getting this push in and being able to collect plates, I'm curious what direction he is going to go towards. It is towards that bottom side. Maybe we could see a play come through. Not sure.
And, I gotta say, this lane really, I don't think really supposed to look like this. Rakan does a nice job for at least helping Triss survive the potential poke from the Ezreal, but Shogo being this low on both health and mana early on means that Doublelift very much overachieving in this lane where Triss can get pushed around early on by the Ezreal, just given the lack of range, but you can see those quills connecting for Biofrost, keeping Doublelift topped off, very healthy. Sustain not available for the Rel or the Ezreal, and it was be the base forced here. Okay, no, never mind. Shogo's going to cancel, and they're going to try and catch, but full bot lane probably an advantage for near airport. Curious to see if they have any grub swaps that come in. As long as they have bot lane shoved in, they get that bot lane to base first. The choice of which objective they want to prioritize will be in the hands of near airport.
Yeah, I mean, look at TF Blade. He's definitely going to want to recall regardless, so there is very much an angle for that. But, I mean, with how well you mentioned it, Doublelift and Biofrost are overachieving in this matchup. There is that possibility they just want to stay, collect plate gold, because this is that comp again. That meat grinder that works so well into those later stages of the game. You might be all right sacrificing that first spawn of grubs.
This is so big, too, for Tristana, because when you lack resources against Tristana, like, she loves this state. Ezreal has had the mana that ever force her out, and when you aren't able to get a base down yet, the base damage of your E splashing the wave when you do kill a creep is significant. I mean, look at how jailed Shogo is. Like, that stop from Bio is so valuable. It's another wave where Ezreal Rel can't do anything, and Tristana just gets to free farm and free scale throughout the game. We've seen what these late game Tristanas can go for. So again, this matchup looking like this at the moment, this is a huge overachieve from Doublelift and Biofrost too. I feel like it played much better this week. I know that they've been going up against a little bit weaker competition, but keep in mind, Doublelift holds Shogo in high regard, says, hey, this guy's always a big in solo queue and someone that can play at the next level. Someone that Doublelift really respects, so for him to be taking care of business like this against an opponent he respects still very good for the airport as they take that first dragon, and now Spica sets his sights on continuing to jail this Ezreal, who might be under threat of a dive.
Yeah, I mean, they have that information on the grubs. TF Blade is here with the unstoppable onslaught. Shogo, I don't even know why you flashed in this one. You are dead to rights. As Asila is also forced to flash, even though he joins. Yes, a lot of tower damage. I don't know if they can chase this one out, though. Biofrost can easily just block the toss. In fact, we're playing a dangerous game here, but the flick comes through. They're gonna maybe secure that kill. The W from the Scion, the battle dance from Biofrost is gonna keep him alive, and Rhino, he's forced to flash out here. So near airport, coming out on top again, and that's the buffer we want to see from Tristana.
Yeah, very nice from Doublelift, and a good play, of course, with Scion. You can always use that all proactively TP back. We'll say that the stall on TF Blade was valuable for Supernova, as Stray will find a lead in this side lane, but still love the play from near airport to send that Scion bot, cash in against the Ezreal, and get Doublelift a really strong base, a second look. Shogo's going to burn everything to really step away from the Unstoppable, but he's dead to rights under the turret. The big surprise was that, of course, this turret, you can see it heating up against TF Blade. Asila came to defend. Really hard to defend with Shogo being as low as he is, but once he drops the aggro, no aggro went down onto Asila. I think I could have argued that Asila should have tanked that grand entrance so that the heated up turret goes onto Biofrost. Because that, like, one turret shot would have forced Biofrost out, right? It would have been worth 400 plus damage. Yeah. He would have died, but he would have been, like, one shot afterwards, right? Or very close to it. So I think, in a way, Asila flashed away from that. Should have faith that the heated up turret would have been enough to sustain him.
True. Split-second decision, unfortunately leading to a less than favorable outcome there for Supernova. And now we're seeing the fruits of their labor too, especially in the bot lane. Double Lift comes back to lane with the BF Sword and the Slingshot. Shogo feels a little better now that he has the Socks, the Tier, and the Sheen. But I mean, with how we've been seeing Double Lift play these early levels, you got to imagine just in that isolated 2v2, I mean, him and Biofrost are just going to keep running things.
Again, BF Sword for the Tristana as Double Lift heading towards that Yuntals. It's going to be really tough to get this Trist out of lane. As long as Double Lift is playing the wave, don't think Ezreal Rel can move that Tristana, and those DPS items will be big later on as the push comes in of Styla.
Yeah, they're gonna come in with the Sunspeakers, holding on to the Glacial Prison till the very last moment. I like that call. And Pobelter is gonna flash out to save his life as Keel cannot secure the kill. Double Lift on the other side though. Oh, he's gonna flash, but the crash down doesn't quite come through, but it doesn't matter. The Ignite means Shogo's going to die, and Biofrost is happy to collect.
Really clean from Double Lift. I mean, if he would have gotten under that W from Rhino, that would have been impeccable. Clean. But still, Double Lift's understanding where he's at in this matchup. But again, this Tristana, I just love the fact that Near Airport saw Luminosity Gaming playing this. They lost to it in that game 3, and it's like, oh wait, you play Double Lift plus Meatballs? Guys, we have, you know, Double Lift Tristana, with some Meatballs in front. If you win like that, I think we can too. Second time we've seen this Tristana be busted up in Airport this week, and looking like it's going to lead to 2 wins. As a 3-0 lead for the Airport, only going to get worse as time goes on with the scaling of Azir and Tristana. It's going to be so difficult for Supernova to deal with.
And I got to say, it's been interesting to watch the increase in Tristana priority. It used to be a game 3 pick when certain unfavorable lane matchups are there, but yeah, it's moving up. People are first picking it. People are game 1ing it. And I think with this continued success, that's just going to continue to grow.
Silent no flash. Guaranteed play pretty much coming out from Pobelter as those rocks didn't come out in time to stop the Azir. And Pobelter, I like the flash at the end. Getting away from that True Shot barrage would have led him to be under threat if that connected. So good reaction for him is then other side Double Dip. Very close on being able to sneak under that W. If he does so, you've got to believe he would have secured that kill for himself. Instead the kill goes over to Biofrost, but they'll still take the fact they removed Ezreal from the map as Near Airport continues to make good plays.
They have, I mean, props to Shogo, still keeping up in terms of farm, despite the immense pressure he's been under on the bot side. Supernova, Stray is going in, but of course, Double Lift with the rocket jump, he's slowed. There's going to be the join from Asyla. It's going to take a while. He's finally going to go down to Keel, and that's going to be 2 kills over to Supernova. I mean, they had the bodies on the side of the map near Airport overstep.
Yeah, not respecting it, and keep in mind, there's no port from TF Blade. Instead, it's going to be the port that comes out from Asyla to at least hold that lane, and this was a big contest because it's 4-second grubs, which Near Airport, they didn't get the first set, so it's going to be all 6 grubs going over to Supernova. This makes that Jace in the side lane really
I was
threatening.
just going to say, it's a big deal. Now Stray, I mean, he's running the grasp, has the demolish, so now his ability to split push has improved dramatically. And because of that oopsie from Near Airport, I think Supernova, I think they find themselves in a pretty compelling position this game. Jace has already gotten the Black Cleaver. You're seeing this 1K gold lead. I think a lot of it is on that top side.
Wukong can tank boss too.
Yeah.
Opportunity to interrupt some engages as Triforce comes in for Keel. So again, a 1K gold lead for Supernova, not all bad. I feel like this is where they need to be in the game because again, if it goes late and Azir Trist is down a little bit of gold, they don't care. It's Azir Tristana. And as long as they can hold the line, I mean, the hidden value of gold in Sion's kit with that W, it's pretty big. So on Airport, we're just going to do what they can to clean up this dragon, but Supernova might be looking to contest Strays here. But a lot was just burned in that last play from Supernova. Rhino would have been able to go in and go big, but no follow-up from Keel. No play attempted from Supernova. They're just going to play the map and play out their 6 grubs as everyone's rotating bot.
And I like this call too. Capitalizing on those recalls, you're okay to lose that dragon as long as Keel gets some resources, and it's going to force the extra the TP response immediately so that they can defend this turret coming through here. Supernova, Rhino is going to cancel the decimating smash, and you called it. 2 plates come through from Stray, but I like the response from Near Airport. We see teams do this a lot, where what they'll do is they'll all commit to one side with many grubs and get the play, but we got a fight on our hands here. Biofrost is going in. He's going to get the multi-man charge. TF Blade goes in with the ult, but He's getting knocked up. He has to flash away, but the health bars, they're getting really low. Pole Belter, he's going in. He gets the shuffle, and he secures the kill for Spica. But they're going to have to walk this one out, though. True Shot Barrage, it gets him low, but can Near Airport get away with it again, Cubby? They do, because now Double Lift is here.
And not close to enough. A 2 for 0 for Near Airport, looking pretty easy. Keel doesn't have all. Double Lift could take this in.
Oh, yeah, the grand entrance means
Okay.
Keel is in trouble. He has no flash, but Shogo's here. Full health, so they're going to dissuade them from doing it. Shogo, I mean, he's playing Ezreal. He has enough mana to tango a little bit, but I think ultimately he's going to have to walk away from this one. Near Airport come up big time.
I just love the engage from Biofrost, and the initial setup was too easy, trying to go through the choke to reach the Azir, and it's a grand entrance into a decimating smash that gets charged up from TF Blade. I mean, the starts of the fight, like, this is just not a good opener. They're taking Harass on the Biofrost, who pops the quickness to get out, and again, just holding the line. There is no double lift Tristana here, but the damage that Pobelter put out early on enabled the look later on as he finds the Shurima Shuffle and is able to walk out. And yes, I was doing damage, but because of the balancing, the juggling of health bars, none of it sticks to Near Airport, and they're able to just win out on the skirmish. They find Rhino at the start, a Jace in the back half, and that's an easy 2 throw and more gold into their coffers.
Yeah, tough start, a tough fight there for Supernova as Near Airport kind of get their get back after what happened on the top side of the map. You're probably wondering why we're here. We're getting word that there is a pause at the moment while they work that out in the background. We're just going to chat with you guys. Just, you know, not one-on-one, 2 on however many people are watching. I don't know.
It's like Stewie versus the world beatdown. Except you got a second Stewie here.
Oh, okay, nice. I didn't... Yeah. We'll go with that one. And I just found out we don't have to stall very much longer because we're already back into the game, guys. Again, that replay we just saw that Matt was breaking down was a fight that was played out really nicely from Near Airport to get themselves some much-needed gold. But look what happened as we were looking away. Supernova, they take advantage of that Grubageddon, and they get that first brick.
One step closer to securing feats, too, as they're only one objective away. Next neutral objective will decide who secures feats. But, of course, that fight for Near Airport, the 2 for 0, it does at least slow down the turret take. Supernova having all their numbers on that side of the map do take this outer for free, and will continue to move those numbers towards now this side of the map, as they already knocked down that top outer turret. So for me, the game kind of slows down here. Can you pressure this Tristana mid? That becomes the question, and Supernova going to need a lot of numbers to try and make that one happen.
Yeah, I was going to say, slowing down the game is not good for Supernova in the slightest. This Azir Tristana would love nothing more than to stack up gold, pick up items, and just continue to scale. So yeah, the question is, can Asila get into these wave states where he can use that Weaver's Wall to join mid lane? Because it's as you say, you got to pressure double lift if you want to try and get back into this one, especially because that mid-outer turret is the next best thing for you to get a Supernova.
Speaking of pressure here, Sion, that fully charged Decimating Smash, going to do some work against Stray. As TF Blade is with some of the grouping that we've seen from Stray and the focus on taking towers as a team. TF Blade has caught up a little bit in the XP, actually overtaking the Jace here and showing some of his strength on the Rift. And man, that Frozen Heart.
Yeah.
Again, we're a while away from Leandri's actually being in the inventory of this Talia. So this is a window where wherever Sion is in these fights, he's going to be doing some work, not just with how tanky he is, the health he gets from his kit, and the Frozen Heart passive on top of that. It's only Talia that can do damage to him. Talia can't really move him at this point. So I would love to see TF Blade and Near Airport really look with this Sion. I think this is a real strong window for them to try and make plays and continue to bridge this game into the later stages, where then the carries will take over later on.
Yeah, and I mean, if you were looking at the mini-map just a second ago, you could see TF Blade had that wave in. He was looking for the angle. I think he recognizes, too, the power he's sitting on at the moment here. So I like that angle, trying to sit in River, trying to see if he can join a fight with the Unstoppable Onslaught. But Stray, for the moment, is going to push him in. Supernova actually getting pushed both the mid and bottom side of the map. So there is an angle here. Maybe get some turret damage. Maybe try to set up some kind of dive on the Sion. But as we just talked about, that is kind of hard. I actually think I'd rather them pressure him off, see if they can get some turret damage in.
I don't think there's no way to pressure an airport off the turrets they're under at the moment. as Pobelter was the only one with push, and he's going to use that to walk mid early. Does save that TP, so if he gets chunked out, we'll be able to bounce back into the fight. Meanwhile, any HP that is taken away from a silo will stick, as he TPs to help out with this mid aggro fight for the lane. And while this is going on, Kill is actually snuck into this dragon. As he has to be spotted by near airport. TF Blade gets stuck.
Flick is coming through. Rhino's going to send it with the Magnet Storm. They take him out. Charm isn't quite enough, but Pobelter's doing damage. He's free hitting. No one's looking at him. He is stunned up, though. And Double Lift is going in for the double kill. And Stray, he has to send it, but the reset speed Double Lift is getting out of dodge. Biofrost goes down. Pobelter is getting one in the background. It is a bloodbath here as he's trying to stay alive as long as he can. Shoko, the new addition to the league we were so excited about, is going to take him down, and now he wants to chase down Spica, but I think he's a little too low health to do it.
I didn't exactly see what happened there. It looked like Spica canceled the auto before the W, so didn't get the pop, but Shogo is still stuck on the wrong side. TP coming in here from the respawn TF Blade to cut off this Ezreal.
Oh, he is in trouble. The Q flash comes through. The Arctic Assault didn't land, but it doesn't matter. Spica is close enough. So Shogo is out of the picture, and it does mean NA will still trade up at the very end of it. No one's going to secure the Drake for the moment. But a lot of summoner spells were used. Pobelter is the one, I was going to say hold on to his teleport, but he is teleporting to the mid lane to ensure NA could have a presence of this dragon.
Supernova were fishing for this dragon, but that TP from Pobelter and Shogo dying so late in the fight, the what do we call that in Overwatch? The stagnated death timers?
Yeah. Delayed death, stagnated death. Okay.
Yeah.
I was not familiar with your game, Cubby, and I think Keel's not familiar with how tanky TF Blade is because he does not care about that stick. Enemies near airport are going to go ahead and secure this dragon. Keel could go for a steal. Shogo is so far away, though. I think we're getting a little too excited with this one. You're having the Weaver's Wall come through, but Keel's taking too much damage. I think you need to walk away as TF Blade is soaking up their attention, soaking up their damage so nicely. And now Biofrost is going in. He gets the charm. Shogo has to jump out, but Double Lift is going in. He's resetting. Nobody is safe from the NA goat as Stray falls to the Buster shot. And they're going to keep it going because Keel cannot save Supernova from the might of Double Lift. Even with his health bar, Shogo will be the quadra kill for Double Lift.
I mean, Double Lift Tristana, guys, if it works at the highest level, you gotta believe it's gonna work here too, and it's working out damn well for near airport as, again, they had numbers going into that fight. I'm so surprised that Supernova actually stuck around and still tried to take it. I think that there were a lot of big tools that were missing on their shoulders to actually make this fight work.
Yeah, and again, bodies.
Talk about the strength of the Scion. TF Blade just holding the line here with Pobelter. All the slows and all the damage that came out was a very advantageous start to the fight here for near airport. And they just get to play front to back with a Zero Tristana, making it look all too easy as TF Blade and Pobelter did so much work before the rest of the fight broke out that it really opened up this big quadra kill for Double Lift as he plays this one out nicely. Love the preemptive jump before he kills Keel so that he gets another one to then hop onto Shogo. Those are the good Tristana plays we like to see, and then the good support play we like to see as Biofrost dives in for Mr. President, keeps Double Lift safe, gets him that fourth kill, the quad in, and the game looking like it is in the hands of near airport.
Yeah, I don't like the stubbornness there from Supernova. There is just no world or any of its infinite parallels where you actually secure that dragon from the position you're in. It wasn't a soul, and because they overstep, now NA in one fell swoop swing the gold lead by 3,000, and now they're going to be able to secure the Otacon on the other side of the map. Supernova forced to just accept that all they can get is the Rift Herald, and near airport, in a comp where we talk about scaling and late game power, they find themselves in control.
Yeah, get the flowers. We'll see if and when that Rift Herald makes an appearance, as it is a 6 Grub Herald, so potential to really knock down a turret and hopefully more. Could bounce Supernova back in a little bit, but it's a gold lead for near airport. And again, the big theme of this comp, as time goes on, we don't like how things look for Supernova.
Nope.
We don't really know how they can get through Scion. We don't know how they can deal with the double DPS backline of Azir Tristana. It feels like that point of the game has hit a lot sooner than what Supernova were expecting. And in terms of playing things out, the best scenario we've seen so far is really Talia stymieing Scion in the front line, trying to chunk out this Scion as much as she can before things really break out in the fight, and then going on from there. But besides that, we haven't really seen the looks from Supernova required to maybe make this look like a winning angle or a potential winning game.
Yeah, I think so far, I think they've kind of been behind the curve in terms of big item breakpoints. Shogo's now hit that upgraded Muramana. Asyla, most notably, is really close to that Leandri. Is very important here, but TF Blade, he's going in with the unstoppable onslaught. I think they found someone.
Oh.
Rhino is caught. He's knocked up and taken down. That's an easy kill for the Azir.
Yeah, that Emperor's Divide being used means that, well, I mean, to be fair, there's really no fights to take on the map.
Yeah.
I know that he's just using that to find the support, but it's not like there are any objectives that he needs to save that for. Instead, he's just going to return to the bot lane, and you can see Neraport doing a really nice job of getting control down here, trying to cut off Supernova on the rotation. TF Blade being here early, forcing Supernova to take the long way around, and buying space for Pobelter to rip through this turret, which will fall.
And no grubs, no problem. Near Airport still securing turrets. Like it's their job. And now, with that one down, they collect even more gold into their back pockets. They're going to steal away some resources from Kiel. And there isn't a whole lot Supernova can really do for it at the moment. Again, you're really waiting for that second item to come through from Asyla. That's really how he's going to be able to interact with TF Blade on the Scion. And that big question we kind of hinted at early on, is Shogo going to go for Armor Pen third? It's not ideal on the Ezreal, but like in the situation, Spica's indexing to armor. TF Blade has so much already. He might have to do it.
I just don't know like what kind of player options Supernova even have in this one. Because again, like this Talia Ezreal needs more time, not available. I mean, Tristana, the Double Dits has had a full extra item over Shogo on the Ezreal.
Yeah.
Any fight that you take where Double Dits is not dealt with, you're going bye-bye.
Yep.
And even if that's the case, if he's, you're throwing all your resources into this Tristana, Pobelter is also huge on this Azir. So the collapse coming in here from Spica, and you gotta believe there's a fight coming in too.
Yeah, Kiel forced to dash
Nice
away,
ult.
but he's going to get caught anyway. TF Blade is going to chunk him up. Kiel, he's doing his best to get damage, but Pobelter's in there. He's putting in damage into the back line. He gets one. He might be looking for two, but it's double lift bouncing around, and there is no response from Supernova. Now it's just Stray and Shogo running for the hills. They might be able to get away, but now that I think about it, they're running in the wrong direction, no matter how strong they are. They are just lambs to the slaughter as the rest of their team are sitting on the gray screen.
Shogo trying to hit some Qs and get that arcane shift back, but he's gonna get locked up here.
Oh,
and
yeah, they
gonna
got
take him down. Straight to follow. Neraport putting the finishing touches on this one and making this series not look all too close, Beatdown.
No, not really. No. And Stray, I mean, he might be able to get away with the execution, but that is still a stagnated death. That's 40 seconds. Whereas the rest of his team will be up shortly. So it's going to be an easy Dragon Soul for the side of Near Airport. And Cubby, Infernal Soul, Tristana Explosive Charge, just FF, man.
Well, tell me how you really feel, Beat. I don't think we're going to see any FFs here, but we might just see Supernova blasting off again one or two more times into the Galaxy. As Near Airport going to try and Team Rocket them. I mean, I missed out on a lot of potential memes or jokes about Near Airport and then blasting off into space and what kind of vehicles can take you off into space. I feel like Near Airport might be rocking a pretty fancy plane here as they're sending Supernova off to the ethereal plane. And speaking of planes, we got trains on the Rift too as Scion choo-choo through mid.
Wow, that's two ults soaked up by Keel's W, but Biofrost, he has the ultimate with the quickness. They get a lot of people in. Rhino gets the engage he's been looking for, but Pobelter has the Sundisk, has the shuffle, and the damage just isn't there. This Azir and Tristana are too strong. Supernova are blasting off again as Shogo has to run for the hills.
This core cannot be broken. There's no minions here, but TF Blade's like, hey, I'm Scion. I can still tank this one up. Herald being dropped kind of post-mortem last minute can be dealt with. It's the rest of the base being dealt with. We'll see if Near Airport even want the Baron before they go for the end as they continue to be healthy and continue to make sure this game is one-sided and in their favor.
And it has been this entire time, this entire series. Near Airport, with this talent, with this experience on this roster, we expected great things from them. And even though things were shaky for them in the beginning, again, week 3 has done wonders for our top 3 as Near Airport are looking like they've breathed in new life. And they're going to continue doing so by taking this Baron.
Double's not even hitting the Baron, man. He's just killing the crap. I
fun.
don't need his DPS for this one. Azir's got it as the fight comes in, and all the DPS here is beat down. This fight's over. We can pretty much just talk
Yeah,
through this
there's not a whole lot to say. I mean, look at that. The cue from the soldiers and watching the explosion come through from the Infernal Soul, like, that's just painful.
Oh.
And yeah, they have enough. The Unraveled Earth is going to give them some space, but I think they can just end the game. No backs required.
Well, Cobalt are going to take the nice swoop into the top lane. They haven't knocked down a single turret on that top side, so Pobe going to pick up some bonus gold for near airport. Is again near airport. We were like a little bit, I guess, not really concerned about the start they had to their split in NACL. We knew that this team was going to need a little bit of time to scale, come together as a group of 5, and really get, you know, used to playing at this level again. It really feels like, though, again, near airport filled with players who have played so well at the highest level of play, and with a few more weeks under their belt, just seeing this team slowly come together and improve has been great. And I like seeing other looks too, like this TF Blade Scion's been really good this game, Beat. I think that's a big win for near airport fans being like, hey, we can play this pick at this level. And TF Blade has had not just like mechanically played it fine, but I think he's also had some really nice looks with a couple of these ultimates into the chokes and buying all the space necessary for Azir and Tristana to function.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I think that's the nice thing, because we talk about the experience from TF Blade. Oh, I might need to hold that thought. Wow, Biofrost is going in. Pobelter takes Keel out of the picture, and I think we're in the end game now. Near airport, want to send Supernova packing as the bottom inhibitors to fall.
Nibs down, not even going to need the third. TF Blade cruises in there.
I mean, this is the angle. If there was ever going to be one, Shogo's trying to do his best, but Double Lift is too strong.
No
Near
angles.
airport are too strong, and with the last Nexus turret going to fall, it's Supernova who are done and dusted. Near airport, this star-studded roster take down yet another team in the NACL.
Yeah, kind of made Supernova look like the Super Noobs in that one as near airport cruise to a victory and make sure that Supernova are the ones that go blasting off. Really good play coming out from them. And again, I think that if I'm going up against near airport, man, giving away champs like Azir that brings so much control, that Pobelter plays so well, or champs like Tristana that have so much push and then so much scaling later on in the game, you can see how hard that game got for Supernova so quickly into the game, because the airport were just able to be stable, collect the resources they needed, get a couple items under their belt, and really hit the strong point of their comp a lot sooner than what we usually see from Azir and Triss. So a really scary composition from the airport, really well played, and props to everyone involved, especially TF Blade playing that different role in the Scion. I thought he played it damn well.
Yeah, I agree. And the point I wanted to make before the game ended is, you know, we talk a lot about the experience in pro play for most of this roster, but TF Blade has basically none. So the fact that he's able to come in, I mean, you have a lot of great people to be playing with. If you're going to learn competitive, like, you might as well learn with the GOATs. But I still think it's nice how well and how quickly he's adapted to this style of play, because I think the Scion gameplay, if you want to talk about how quickly TF Play has adapted to 5s, I think this game is a great example from him, because he's not only playing something you don't often see from him on stream in solo queue, but it's also this understanding of how to enable the rest of his team in competitive play.
I thought he did it really well in this one. Again, that R-timer bot you're seeing on the screen right now, we're getting TP back up top. Definitely a unique aspect of playing Scion bot, and good to see TF would use that common solo queue strat and be able to bust it out on the 5 stage. And I got to say, for near airport, I mean, when we talked to them after that CCG series, Double This was like, man, I don't know how we won that series. We didn't play good. We didn't have good drafts. I think the drafts for sure in this series really been cleaned up, more disciplined. It's not like we're seeing the Vayne tops come out or some of the random stuff.
Or like the 4 tanks.
Yeah, in the airport trying to hodgepodge something together. This was pretty standard play from them, and definitely used it to smoke Supernova in this one.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see what the interview is going to be like, because we can kind of pick the brain of one of the members of Near Airport to just get more of an idea on what's changed from week to week, because yeah, not only are they playing better, they're drafting better, they're looking so very clean, and they are looking like one of the top 3 teams we expected them to be.
Player of the series, Beat, if you had to pick one, who do you have?
If I had to pick one, it would probably be Pob, but I don't think that was what we ended up going with. I think it is, yeah.
I had TF Blade. I thought Blade between the 2 games on the Jax Scion did a really nice job of creating space. I know the Pobe was ended up having the pop-off, right? But the Jax was big early on.
That's true.
They had some nice fights. The Scion was really good in the sack scenario. Like all these fights in the space the TF Blade's taking up was, I thought really well played and really valuable. I know it was sometimes a concern of going from solo queue to comp is knowing your role. I felt like both games, TF Blade really did a nice job of knowing his role and executing. So it was really good to see from him.
Yeah, and that's the impressive thing about him. Again, it really helps when you're playing with these more experienced players. But the fact that he's able to pick up on it so very quickly and play this role so well is so exciting. And that's why it is exciting to see where this near airport team is going to go. And if they really make it all the way to LCS with that promotion tournament at the end of the year, it would be cool to see.
Be a fun one. I know that, you know, if you turn the clocks back like 8-10 years ago, it was a pretty common Reddit thing, like, oh, like, what if TF Blade played comp, man? Like, this guy's so good in solo queue, he gets rank 1 everywhere. Like, what would happen if he actually played at the pro game? Kind of fun getting that answer all these years later, if you have been a fan for that long in terms of League. It's been nice to see, and hey, props to him and the rest of the airport. I mean, it's obviously their motivation in doing this. It is weaved in with content as they try to compete at the highest level, but they have been a team that has been improving, scaling quickly for everyone else to see. Sometimes it can add a lot of pressure on that. These players aren't used to it, but still a unique factor that they're dealing with and taking it in stride as they continue to play well, put up good games, and continue to improve every single time we've seen them on the Rift, which is a big thing. So props to everyone over there.
Absolutely. And on the other side there for Supernova, it's going to be back to the drawing board. Again, going into the split, we had some pretty good expectations for this roster, especially looking at the quality of the bot lane and performances we've seen from them these past couple of years. But, I mean, it is tough. You're playing into near airport again. This kind of really solidifies how we have our separate top 3 and then the rest of the league. But I do hope this is that learning opportunity for Supernova so they can live up to some of that expectations where before the split, I was looking at them as like a decently close 4th place, but I don't think they're there yet.
Yeah, again, they were a candidate to really be competing in that middle of the pack where it is top 6 to make playoffs. It's going to be a really competitive race at the moment. A Supernova team that was expected to really, I'd say, at least be in the top 6, even though the rankings in that were a little bit adjusted. I had them just outside of it, and at the moment it does feel like they are just outside of it. I've been able to put things together. I think that we need more out of them. Their solo laner has been some weird drafts that they've had, and just some games where they have not played towards their win cons. I still feel like we're getting a better version, a more disciplined version of Supernova compared to what we saw week 1, but still 1-3 on the scoreboard series-wise. It's a single best of round robin, and you're at risk of not making playoffs. And if you're in that window, then you are in a way playing to make sure that you can stay in NACL, which is not where Supernova wants to be. So they've had some hard opponents to kick off their season, but we'll see if they can bounce back throughout the rest of it.
Yeah, that's the exciting thing. But back over to near airport. I mean, again, just been nothing but good things to see for them, especially in this week 3. It was a 2-week, or rather a 2-match week for them, and the fact that they were able to still perform on that high level, draft better, play better, I think is that really exciting thing to see. And it is a little too bad that we're not quite seeing them play against LG, especially in LG's current form now. But, you know, playoffs is going to be another thing. They still have their match against Dark Zero in week 5. We're probably not going to get into that too much, but I know that's an exciting one. Matt, you're actually casting it. I'm super jealous.
Yeah, that one's, I feel like if you're a near airport fan or a fan of NACL, you got to have that week 5 match against Dark Zero circled on your calendar, as it really is the last game between these two, or these expected top 3 teams, as we have had that back and forth on the Rift. As Beatdown, I guess we have an MVP on the board, and I gotta say, an angle that neither of us had, but one that was deserved, as it was Spica picking it up, putting together a very nice series against Kill and Supernova.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I think Spica did play that one overall really nicely. I thought his Lilia, especially in that game 1, was really good. He got a lot of big sleeps off, and as much as I try to get that 1 year on TSM out of my head, I think he did perform really nicely on this series, even though he wasn't either one of our picks. And it's just part of why this roster is so great. You could just pick a name out of a hat, and they probably had an MVP performance.
It's nice to have Fearless, where going into game 2, 2 junglers are banned in theory. Yeah. And then, you know, you have the other team ban out 5 junglers. And then you still manage to get Wukong or Sejuani into Wukong, which it's playable. And Spica did a nice job of making sure that his team had plenty of space, and he was in the right times, the right to really make sure his carries could pop off. Again, I don't feel like he was really what drove things forward that game for his team in near airport. He played well, but Honoree mentioned TF Blade for me, who was definitely my MVP of the series. Thought he had a great series on the Jax and the Scion in those 2 games.
Hey, yeah, fair enough. And I mean, still deserves a shout out. He did play really well, and I think everyone from near airport played very nicely. So it's not just the MVP. We will have an MVP coming, or we'll also have an interview coming soon We got there with Spica in a couple of minutes there before we close out the show. So that'll be really exciting. We can ask him about playing the Sejuani, how excited he must have been, how much he was begging Croissant to be like, yo, pick me that. I want that. I can run that.
That's the first thing I'm actually going to go check after this game. I got to go to Spica's stream, go to the VOD, and then just hear how passionate I'm sure that he was after seeing 5 jungle bans in Wukong Slam, that he got the grace to play, I'm sure, everyone's favorite champ, let alone his, in the Sejuani in the jungle.
Oh my god, guys, I get to play the board. Let's go.
I can't believe, I will say, I can't believe they banned out all those champs and just ignored Sejuani. Like, and I guess that's just what it takes to put Spica on Sejuani, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's tough. Like, I actually kind of want to go off of a point you were making earlier, mentioning champs like the Tristana, Azir, how earlier in the series they were first rotation banned, and how you just can't let these champions go through. Well, there are a lot of also other really good champions, Matt, so it feels like you can't let Near Airport play any champion. And at this point, like, I think that really speaks a lot to how well they've been drafting lately, how skilled these players are, because, like, the list just goes on, even in Fearless. Can't let Double Lift have this, can't let Pole Belter have that. Now I know for a fact people are going to be like, well, not only can we not allow Sion to go through, if we're playing TF Blade, that champion's never coming out.
I feel like at the moment the best way to beat Near Airport is maybe steal Pole Belter's keyboard. It might be a good strategy coming in.
Some scissors to a certain wire.
He's been damn good. I will say that it's really tough going up against that team. Like, it does feel like there are a lot of champs you have to take away, and again, there is a certain class that this team has that just a lot of teams in NACL cannot match. And we're starting to see that shine through on the Rift now that Near Airport's gone up against 2 of the stronger opponents in the league, in CCG and LG, and also have still Darkseer to go, which will be a big one. Those are pretty much the very competitive series where, you know, we're looking at Near Airport to see, like, will they fall? You know, like, can Dark Zero get the best of them? At the moment, I think Dark Zero is the team that is favored, if we have to be honest, right? But still seeing how this team has scaled and improved it is making me more and more excited for that Week 5 matchup where we are going to have the 2 titans of the league in Near Airport and Dark Zero go up against each other and see who comes out on top. That's a big match, not just exciting for NACL, but also seeding ramifications in playoffs, single run robin, best of 3. Every match in every game matters a lot, and making sure that you can try and hit where you need to be in the bracket. And that top seed, with how strong we have 3 of the teams being, on the Rift right now, having that number 1 seed where you're going up against seed 4 could be very advantageous in the bracket that we have. So I do think that match is going to matter a lot.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. That number 1 seed is going to matter. I agree with your points on Dark Zero as well. That matchup is going to be really exciting because it is interesting to see that 2 of our best 3 teams in the league, LTA experience, multiple LCS championships, and I think it's also so exciting that you have a team like Dark Zero where not quite that amount of pedigree, but definitely that amount of skill, because they've been looking just as dominant as Near Airport and Luminosity Gaming. So it's going to make it that much more interesting if they actually manage to get the win, not just for seeding, just because of everything we said about Near Airport so far and LG so far, but for Dark Zero to still be able to beat them.
Again, a match that I feel like everyone's got circled on their calendars as the 2 of the top dogs definitely going to go up against each other. And we'll see if Near Airport can take them down and kind of turn it into a circle of suck at the top 3, or if it ends up being Dark Zero to take them down and really emerge as the solidified top dogs, I will say, later on. But of course, that's Week 5. Excited to catch up with Near Airport and see how they're doing in Week 3 as we're still waiting on that interview for you guys at home. So, excited to really see where their head's at and talk about, what kind of improvement they've seen, because we've seen a lot of it on the Rift beat, but curious to get their perspective and how they have been able to level up behind the scenes from week to week.
Yeah, would love to know from them when we talk to them, like what they've been doing. Is it more practice time? Because I know Double Lift in the last interview after they beat CCG last week had mentioned how they weren't practicing like too often, not as much as the former pros are used to. And I'm curious if that schedule has changed and is responsible for that rapid improvement in scaling that we've been kind of talking about through the back half of this match.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like that on the Rift. So props to Near Airport again. A lot of pressure being 5 players of their pedigree to make sure that they are winning games at this level, and definitely had a little bit of gap to close and improvement to make, as any team does when you come together early on. But they've been able to do it, achieve it, and now truly look like one of the dominant teams, much to the likes of what we expected from them in this league and in the split. So it's been fun to watch.
Yeah, it has been. And don't worry, guys. The interview is here very, very shortly. Matt, I want you to try and guess. I don't have the answer, but let's just take guesses at what it was. I'm gonna say player didn't have a webcam plugged in.
See, the player is Spica, and he streams. So
oh no!
yeah,
I actually kneecapped myself. What was I thinking?
It can't be the webcam, right?
You're right. You're right.
It's got to be something else. So.
Okay. Well, then, what's your guess then, Mr. Smart Guy?
I don't know. Hopefully not more internet stuff.
Oh no! I think we've had enough of those.
we have had enough of that already. But I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he needed to go back through that pick ban and just see how he gets Sejuani again. Lots of process.
So he can replicate it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'll be funny. So, I mean, now we don't have to wait any longer. We are going to be able to talk to him. It is our MVP of the series, Spica, for the winning team of Near Airport, who'll be joining us right now. Spica, how are you doing? Congratulations on the convincing 2-0 victory. And congratulations on getting to play your favorite champion, Sejuani. I know you had so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, they had to ban 5 junglers, and then I was like, yeah, I guess, I'm forced to play Sejuani. Glad we pulled out a win, though.
Yeah, it's great.
I guess just what it takes for you to get on Sejuani duty. Spica, I do want to ask, of course, on this team uniquely, experienced players, you guys have all played at the highest level of League of Legends that you can.
Yes.
What's it been like coming into matches week to week, just knowing that, of course, this is a different schedule for you guys, only able to practice so much? Like, what kind of unique pressure does that put on you, knowing that you may not be as prepared as you have been in past competition? And also, is it liberating at all, just having a schedule that's a little bit freer? Has this freed you up at all as a player or a person?
I would say there are positives and negatives. Let's start with the positives. I think I think our main goal is to just have something competitive while also having fun. Nothing too serious, right? So I think we've kind of sort of achieved that. We don't really scrim that much, but every time we do scrim, we usually try to keep it lighthearted, right? So I think that's definitely a positive. And on the other side, the negative part is that while we only scrim like once or twice, right? I believe leading up to this week, we have 2 matches. We only scrim 1 block, and it was like 4 games. We didn't really have a lot of practice, but I think a lot of people expect us to just do super well. So the amount of like effort we put in versus the pressure and the expectation was like very lopsided. So I'm glad we are able to still show result and performance despite our lack of practice. And I'm very hopeful, just because of how well we've been playing as we get more time together as a team.
Yeah, and I kind of want to follow up on that one too, because Doublelift had also mentioned how you guys, in the last week, how you guys aren't practicing maybe as much as you're used to, especially when you guys were in the LCS. But I think your improvement from week to week has been pretty stellar, especially going into this week. You guys had 2 matches, so a lot to prepare for, but the drafts have been good, the gameplay has been good. Can you talk about what made such a difference week to week?
Honestly, I think the biggest thing is just having reps, right? Just because we don't really have a lot of reps. We scrim 5 games, like 10 games in total of scrims a week. So just having more reps are gonna allow us to be more comfortable with each other, especially stage games. They're most of the time more valuable than scrims, right? I think we probably play like just as much stage games than scrims in recent times. So I think that helps a lot, just getting comfortable with each other. I think we've slowly find what is working for us, and that definitely helps a lot to just be cohesive.
Yeah, in terms of like what's working for you guys, I know a big pick the last 2 series has been this Tristana. Was it as simple as just seeing LG and being like, all right, if Tactical and LG can do it, I think we can do it with Doublelift? Or like did a little bit more go into that process of being like, hey, this pick can work for us and it has looked good?
I wouldn't say it's the pick specifically. I would just say it's our approach to the game. I think we just want to keep the game simple, right? Very easy to play, which is why recently you've seen us play a lot of these like front-to-back team comps. We have all players I've been playing for a long time. Yeah, I think front-to-back team comps are some of the easiest comps to execute. There's not a lot of
very true.
It's just not very difficult compared to playing a comp that you need to split push into play like 1-3-1, right? So I think that definitely makes it easier with our I guess a low amount of practice, and I feel like it's been working great. So just want to keep it going.
Yeah, and the next thing I wanted to ask was that you talked about a little bit about the kind of pressure, the expectations for you guys. And I'm sure like the goal, as you guys have mentioned, is to make it to that LTA. But like,
Yeah.
I want to talk about your confidence, especially with the growing improvements from week to week. Is there any doubt in your mind that you'll be able to actually make that kind of jump, or with what you've seen so far, you're like, no, we're gonna just run over everyone. It doesn't matter.
I mean, I think the best team in the league is probably Maryville, and or LG, right? And I don't really feel like we're like far behind or even behind at all, right? With the amount that we practice, I feel like we've really found our stride recently. So I just want to keep doing what is working, and you know, I'm confident in our ability to take them down.
Yeah, excited to see that matchup, of course, in week 5 as that approaches. And speaking as we wrap up here, I just want to give you the floor. Great point today. Congrats on the MVP for the series. Any thank yous or shout outs you'd like to give before we see you guys again?
I mean, thank you guys. Thanks to my teammates, right? It's a team game after all. I can't do it without them. So thank you to the fans, and I'm looking forward, you know, to our games every single week.
All right, well, thank you very much, Speak Up, for taking the time. Again, congratulations for your win. We're going to let you go and celebrate with your team, relax, do whatever it is you got to do, and have a good night.
All right, thank you so much.
Good point, Speak Up.
Yeah, have a good night.
And so now, Cubby, I mean, was a great interview coming through from Speaka. I loved his enthusiasm about the Sejuani, and it is cool to just continue getting more insight into this team and their uniqueness and their situation.
I mean, always great to hear from Speaka. Always, you know, feels free to speak his mind and say what's going on. And it's kind of unique, again, casting this team because I've never casted a team where the fans have more info than me. I'm not tuning in the Speaka streams, like the double streams. I got people coming in, it's like, oh, like they didn't like this in draft. Or like, oh, like they argued over this. Or like, oh, they decided this was good. It's like, oh, that's cool, right? Usually I just have to kind of decipher it up here on my own. But with everything being public for New York Report, it's been, again, fun to see them improve and definitely, you know, hear what Speak is saying about just the fact that the stage games are real reps, a lot more reps than what they're used to getting throughout the week. And we have seen with every rep, this team really has gotten better and scaled. And I agree, there's not much of a gap between LG, them, and Dark Zero. Still feel like Dark Zero, Dragon Steel are the top dogs to beat, but we'll see if New York Report can prove that they are the team to beat when they face each other over in week 5 and beat, of course, with the games we had today. Do have to take a look at how things might have shifted up in the standings, as we did have our expected behemoths win, find some convincing 2-0 victories, and give us a short day to wrap things out.
Yeah, no, we actually have quite a bit of movement just because this is only week 3. Teams have only played a handful of matches, so these matches today definitely had some implications. Unfortunately, 4 teams had to go down a little bit. Near Airport, unsurprisingly, move up to 2nd place, and now the standings are basically becoming a lot more of what we expected at the start of the split, especially when we look at the top of the table here.
Again, we really felt like going in as a team that there was a gap between those top 3 teams you see in the standings now and the rest of the pack. I will say, do want to shout out Apex, Mission, Impossible, who are the biggest surprise with where they sit right now in the standings at 2-2. They were a team that, again, weren't even expected to make it out of OQs. They end up making it. They're actually finding wins in the NACL with some decent team play. And the one game they dropped this week against Pulse, that was really just giving up Gwen and seeing what happens, which happens sometimes. You know, that champion's pretty strong.
Sometimes we got to learn.
Yeah, and those 2 wins, that's really big for avoiding that relegation spot that is going to be so dire and something that we talk about for the teams that are missing playoffs later on in the split. Also, their wins being over Winthrop University and Pulse, especially sitting at 0-4. Really big deal for AMI that they were able to pick up those wins and actually gives them that early safety net in the league to try and avoid that dire relegation spot later on. So definitely do want to give them a shout out, as they have, for me, been the biggest surprise and the positive so far in the league this year.
Yeah. Right. And I mean, with that being done, our week is over, Cubby. That's the end of week 3. So before we close, we're going to take a quick look at the schedule for next week. It isn't Dark Zero versus Near Airport, but they will be playing Conviction. And on the other side, actually 2 teams that stood out to me on the standings, who I think are a lot better than their standings have them at, in Blue Otter and CCG. And one of them is going to be able to take that first step to correcting that.
Yeah, but a bit of a slow start for Blue Otter, but frankly, I am pretty excited for that series going up against CCG.
Me too.
Both teams, again, really vying for positioning in that middle of the pack. And we'll see who can grab that big best-of-3 win, as honestly, 4 good teams playing to kick off next week's games. Excited to get into that, but also enjoy the break here this weekend, as We've been quite busy, especially you being extra busy, hopping in today, subbing in for play-by-play. Thanks so much for helping us out as a team beat, and we got a fun double cover caster duo going on today.
Oh, we did.
I'm,
You know,
I'm
I
glad
had this
that we
in the...
survived. It wasn't too egregious on our part, you know?
No, not too bad. You know, I
Did a
always
nice
have
job.
wondered about. Thank you. I tried. You know, I always wondered in the back of my head, like, what would it be like 2 color casters, me and Cubby, or me and Hawk, or me and Josh, back in the day. Now we kind of finally got that answer, so I had a good time. But yeah, me personally, I'm going to try and get outside this weekend. I hope you all will too. Touch some grass, even if it's a little cold outside. But that's going to be it for us in the NACL here in week 3. We're going to call it a night. You all take care. Have a nice weekend. And we will see you next week for week 4.
So gold lead, really important for them early. Doing a nice job of getting out there as barrier is going to be burned.
Ooh.
ADs trade heavily and Tactical winning out on the skirmish. Or will force mobility back.
But back into the waiting arms of insanity. Weaver's wall is out. Denethor, though, he is not letting him breathe. We're seeing ults traded back and forth, and only 35 dies on the cross. Mobility opens the curtains, but realizes that is just not the angle. And at the end of it, it was a little wonky. Wait! Insanity gets the flick onto Sword. I think LG's just secured their Otacon. With that public execution, and Sword, he has that opportunity. They are hitting. They are going to force Fake God's flash. So honestly, positive interaction, I would say, from Winthrop University. They get a flash out, they get an objective bounty, and they want more. Only 35, though. He's going to explode, get flicked into his death. Yeah.
And now the play is on. Denethor doing his best, but this is tough.
Oh! It's just
Yeah,
gonna be
Hazel.
Oh, they're going in. Oh my goodness. Only 35 is knocked up and taken down immediately. This is what we're talking about. Denethor has to use a searing charge to get out, but that's it. No support. The bite out of Winthrop University's engage is out of the picture, and it's just in time for the Baron spawn. Maybe. Oh my God, Wilson. What are we doing, brother? He's forced to flash, but LG, they're looking for a little bit more. Petrifying Gaze going to slow people down. The call of the Force God means nothing, but the shutdown is coming through. We're getting the resets maybe that they're looking for, but no, Wilson is denied. He's taken down. It's a double for Tactical. He's looking for on in very, very many top lane matchups. It's Biofrost. Double Pulverize is going to force the flash from Shogo and the barrier, but unfortunately, there is no way he's going to walk out of this one. Only thing that matters is if Double Lift could get away.
Leash for near airport.
I will say Double Lip forced the flash because of the curtain call. Impale brings Pobelter closer, but this is the rise. He's pretty tanky, even with Rhino's ult coming through. The damage isn't there, but Stray, he's going in. They got to get something. Double Lift is out of the picture, but TF Lady's very strong. The sleep is coming through on 4, and Spica's going to get a kill. TF Blade is going to get some more, and it's near airport, ripping Supernova to shreds.
Another good public execution from Stray as Supernova backs up against the wall. The public execution is all they have. As they're the ones being executed on the rift.
Flash Rune Prism, another flash committed because near airport, they're not finished. Yeah, Keel used the ult over the wall. Pobelter's a little late to the fight, but Stray is in trouble. He's trying to get away. Nature's grasp to make space, but the instant cleanse from Double Lift means they're going in. CC down. This Corki and this Rise are ripping people up, and Spica with the sleep is going to make sure it's night. Supernova. Rhino is next to fall, and Asila, he is spirit rushing his way out of dodge, but I don't know what else he can do other than cut this wave, and I think that's the main reason SN haven't ended the game.
I mean, Speak even going to burn the flash to make sure this Ahri falls. Nothing left to tank for Asila. Some emotes coming. And while this is going on, Kill is actually snuck into this dragon. He's yet to be spotted by near airport. TF Blade gets stuck.
Flick is coming through. Rhino's going to send it with the Magnet Storm. They take him out. Charm isn't quite enough, but Pobelter's doing damage. He's free hitting. No one's looking at him. He is stunned up, though. And Double Lift is going in for the double kill. And Stray, he has to send it, but the reset speed Double Lift is getting out of dodge. Biofrost goes down. Pobelter is getting one in the background. It is a bloodbath here as he's trying to stay alive as long as he can. Shoko, the new addition to the league we were so excited about, is going to take him down, and now he wants to chase down Spica, but I think he's a little too low health to do it.
I didn't exactly see what happened there. It looked like Spica canceled the auto before the W, so didn't get the pop, but Shogo is still stuck on the wrong side. TP coming in here from the respawn TF Blade to cut off this Ezreal.
Oh, he is in trouble. The Q flash comes through. The Arctic Assault didn't land, but it doesn't matter. Speak goes for a steal. I need to hold that thought. Wow, Biofrost is going in. Pobelter takes Keel out of the picture, and I think we're in the end game now. Near airport, want to send Supernova packing as the bottom inhibitors to fall.
Kunib's down. Not even gonna need the third. TF Wade cruises in there.
This is the angle. If there was ever going to be one, Shogo's trying to do his best, but double lift is too strong.
There's no
Near
angles.
airport are too strong, and with the last Nexus turret going to fall, it's Supernova who are done and dusted. Near airport, this star-studded roster take down yet another team in the NACL.